Good afternoon and welcome to the Beard of Reviews. Obviously, the football's on, so this is going to be anyone that doesn't like football. It's sort of the first episode of my beer and metal show. Just drop me cap there. I am prepared, honest. So if anyone wants to join me for a drink, talk about some music. Here we are. So first beer I'm having today is Schneider Weiss. Delicious Weiss beer. Haven't got my Weizen glass to hand at the moment. But there we go. One delicious Weiss beer. Oh, there we are. Cheers. I do know, obviously, the football is on, so I'm not expecting a massive crowd in here today. Personally, I'm not a fan of football, so this is why today would be a good idea to just sit down and have a drink. Nobody in at the moment. To be honest, I didn't realise the football was on. That shows how much interest I have in it, of course. There we are. I don't know about anyone else, but it's been ridiculously hot down here in Taunton today. It's a perfect day for a Weiss beer, really, isn't it? This sort of weather. There we go. I have reviewed this before, the Schneider Weiss original. It's delicious. No one in the chat yet. So until you get any visitors in, I'll just talk about some of my favourite bands and as part of the beer and metal show. So this week I don't have a special guest to talk to them about their favourite bands. And, I like metal from a wide range. Black metal is one of my favourite styles of metal. And you can't talk about black metal without talking about Emperor, of course. Mayhem. And there's a few others, of course, from that first wave of Norwegian black metal. But for me, Emperor really, well, one of the first black metal bands I really got into. And if it wasn't for listening to Emperor, I wouldn't have discovered my favourite band of all time. Not actually a metal band as such, an industrial band, but it's Mortis. If anyone's familiar with Mortis, he's of course the goblin of industrial metal, really, isn't he? There's still nobody in at the moment, but top that off a bit. Always leave a little bit in to swirl around, get all the yeasty goodness out afterwards. You want to get as much flavour out of that bottle as possible, don't you? I do have, which I was going to drink yesterday, but I decided not to. Where is it? one final bottle of Log Jam Smash. I'm going to leave this one for a while, I think, and let it mature for as long as possible. Maybe crack that one open exactly a year after I reviewed it originally and see just what it's turned into. I'll tell you what, that Vice beer goes down a treat on a hot sunny day like today. There we go. Every last drop out. Absolutely delicious. Now, if you haven't tried it, it's currently actually in Sainsbury's of all places. I definitely recommend it. It's a bit darker than most Vice beers, but absolutely wonderful, that one. Cheers. So, anyone that is out there in the chat, or watching along, I should say, what's your favourite subgenre of metal? And within that subgenre, what's your favourite band? Talking of black metal, of course. Dark Throne, absolutely amazing. Just happened to have that one down here on the table, which is handy. But you can't talk about metal without Sabbath, of course. For me, Sabbath is the quintessential metal band. Without them, we wouldn't have so many other bands, would we, really? What I think I might do next time I do this, I'll make sure there isn't a sporting activity on at the same time. Not something I tend to follow, but obviously a lot of people do, and as long as they enjoy it. There was one person watching, but they've now gone, so never mind. I can sit here and talk to myself just as easily. What I might do is finish off this one. I might stop the live, and maybe a little bit later on I might go on and do another one. I'll stay for a little bit longer anyway, just to see if anyone does pop in. No idea what time the football finishes, but there we go. Jim's in. Well, that sounds rather nice. A 7.3 cider. Lovely. I don't know is that the vintage one? If it is, it does remind me an awful lot of Weston's vintage, which is delicious. Had that many a time. What I could do is talk you through my small vinyl collection. And most of it is, of course, metal, even if it is industrial metal. So bear with me 2 seconds. There we go. Thank you, Jim. Yeah, I've got a feeling it's possibly the same cider, just obviously relabeled for Lidl. It is a rather delicious cider. Not too dry either, I fancy. Hey, for the Beer and Metal Show episode 1, what we will do is we'll just go through my vinyl, just get comfy on the chair again. Now, I do keep my vinyl in alphabetical order, so I do like to lay my hands on what I want to listen to straight away. There is one exception, and that's because it's got a rather large sleeve, so it doesn't quite fit in the case straight. I have to put it in a slight angle. Now, first off, out of the box, there's a monomarth for Berserker. Don't know if anyone's heard this album, but it is unbelievable. Now, obviously, with all monomarth albums, it is fantastic artwork there, front and back, absolutely stunning. And on the inside of the dust jacket, nice full photo, gatefold photo of the entire band. Now, don't know if anyone is familiar with the Monomarth. They're a death metal band from Sweden. Most of their albums are very Viking themed. Next up, got Anathema. The Optimist. I tend to think of Anathema as more of a easy listening sort of band these days, and started off obviously as one of the big three of British doom alongside Paradise Lost and My Dying Bride, but all three bands have sort of diverged. My Dying Bride are the only ones which are really that old school doom still. All three of them still absolutely amazing. I have seen all three live many times. That's the back cover of that one. So on the front you've got the car headlights, and on the back it's the view of the road there. I won't go into any sort of symbolism because I'm not good at that sort of stuff, but just look at the inside. Look at that view of Golden Gate Bridge. That is amazing, isn't it? Right. The next piece out of my box. This was actually my birthday present from my good friend Louise last year. This is a band she'd never watched live, and I took her to see this artist perform. It was at Hard Rock Hell actually, and she couldn't believe how much she enjoyed it. Most of you should know this if you're metalheads. We've got Doro. Doro Pesch obviously was the lead singer of Warlock in the 80s. Obviously front and back it's just a picture of Doro herself. And they do have the cover of Breaking the Law on this one, which is amazing. Doro's another band I've seen many a time. And her band is very good. I liked Warlock anyway. That's the main thing, isn't it, Jim? Sitting down, enjoying a beer and having a good chat. That's the most important thing in life, I think. This one, which is Classic Diamonds with the Classic Night Orchestra. It is unbelievable to see live. But I do find metal and full orchestral does work pretty well. Now, talking of Emperor earlier, this is actually my favourite Emperor album, which is, of course, Anthems to the Velkin at Dusk. Now, black metal, anyone who knows anything about black metal knows that the artwork is always sublime. I don't know if you can see it on the camera that well. That is stunning. And same sort of artwork on the back, but you've also got a profile picture of all 4 band members: Isan, Samoth, Alva and Trim. Now Alva replaced Mortis in it was 92, I think. Now the next one to come out of the box, anyone who is a metalhead will know this band. Anyone who isn't a metalhead will probably know this band. And this album is amazing. Iron Maiden, Flight 666. Of course, this whole album was filmed on their world tour. They filmed a DVD of it, and each track is live from a different place on the tour. But the main thing with this one, apart from the music obviously, is that got Eddie astride Ed Force One there. Always stunning artwork for Iron Maiden, of course. Oh, and Tom is here. Hello, Tom. Nice to see you. Oh, having a barbecue. Lovely. Perfect weather for it down here in Taunton. That's for sure. I mean, it's a bit too hot for me down here, but with a nice cold beer, that's absolutely fine. Okay, so continuing on my journey through my vinyl collection. Would help if I put that one in the right place so I can find the next one. Now this one, of course, every metalhead knows this band. Got Megadeth. And who doesn't love Megadeth? Rust in Peace, probably their best album, I would say. Feel free to disagree with me, but I would say Rust in Peace is the best album. Again, always stunning artwork there. Got Vic Rattlehead in the middle. And a bit of an alien in a tube there. And there we are. Oh, that, I cannot imagine how good that must have been, Tom, honestly. I'd have loved to have gone on Ed Force One at some point. Beardy Beer Reviews is in. Hello, mate. How you doing? See, that's the thing with metal. It doesn't matter what bands you like, what bands you don't like, what albums you think are better. Everyone's got a certain favourite. I do love United Abominations, of course. Can't think of a Megadeth album I don't like, to be fair. But for me, Rust in Peace is always my favourite. Now, I've already mentioned this band artist already. I've got a few pieces here from Mortis. So, Perfectly Defect. This album, I waited a long time for. I mean, after The Grudge, which was his last album with Earache, and then Earache royally screwed him over, it took a long time before we got any more Mortis. But Perfectly Defect is an absolutely stunning album. If you like Nine Inch Nails, you may well like Mortis, but not the early stuff. The early stuff was all dark wave ambient, which is perfectly good. I call that my relaxed music, but his later stuff, unbelievable. And lovely gatefold picture of the entire band. A stunning photo there. There we go. So I do actually enjoy Diamond Head, despite being a massive black metal fan. Raised by Owls, I will actually be seeing them live for the first time at Bloodstock, fingers crossed, as long as it goes ahead. And I have heard good things about them, and I will be going to watch them, having a few beers at the same time. Next up, for the Mortis collection, this is the Unraveling Mind. Now this one was a lost album, if you like. He recorded this in 2006, but then it never got released until 4 years ago. Can't quite. 4 years ago. Now this is one of only 50 copies on blue vinyl. Now that album is very much in keeping with his early work, so more sort of dark wave, ambient. There's it's not something to jump into if you're new to Mortis, that's for sure. Let's drop that one back in. I have got out of order here. Now I've got the Great Corruptor, which is a remixed album of the Great Deceiver, which is that one. We'll talk about that one in a minute, because this one, again, this was a limited edition. Most of my Mortis stuff is fairly limited edition. I can't remember which one. I think it's the purple vinyl. I got that one. You can also get it as a Plague Splatter, which is white with red splashes. Well, you could. Whether it's still available, I don't think it is, to be perfectly honest. And finally, on my little look at Mortis, we have the Great Deceiver on brown vinyl. There's only 150 of these ones in the world. And actually, I think I've kept everything inside. I hope I did. When I saw Mortis live in Bristol, Levi, the guitarist, gave me a plectrum. Don't think it's actually in here. I might have put it somewhere else. And I have my signed ticket in here somewhere as well. I'm not quite sure if it's in here or I've put it away somewhere safe. That old adage, really, isn't it? Putting something away somewhere safe, and then you can never find it again. Or at least that's the case with me, always. Okay, slide that. The ones that I do have plastic sleeves for, I always keep them inside the sleeve after I've listened to the album. Something I don't get with, going to sound really old now, younger people, and that's buying an album not to listen to, but to put on the wall or something. Just catch up again. Funeral Doom, I've not heard a lot by them, but what I have heard I did enjoy. Jimmy Guitarist says, yeah, I like Zeppelin. And do I like any other types of music? Yes. Massively into industrial. I like traditional Japanese and Chinese music and Tibetan. And I also enjoy classical. I mean, you do find that actually with quite a few, particularly older metalheads, that we do enjoy classical as well. Particularly the more theatrical stuff. I like Wagner. I like Tchaikovsky, Mozart as well, actually. But I like all sorts really. So I've not heard of them. I will have to check them out. I do like a lot of thrash and speed actually. Black and death metal are my main interest in the world of metal, but on to the next one. I've sort of gone slightly out of alphabetical order here because this is something Shane picked up for me. He wandered into a little second-hand store somewhere in town, and for £3 he picked up, it's not in the best of condition, but it's been treated well since I've had it. It's original 74 pressing of Rock'n'Roller by Judas Priest. And since I mean, the dust case, the sleeve is pretty yellowed and feels quite well used, shall we say. But since I've had this one, it's been well looked after, and I enjoy popping that one on. Make sure I put them back in alphabetical order. And down to the last two on my vinyl collection, actually, because I don't have a big collection at the moment. I've got more stuff, but it's all at my dad's house, actually. That's mostly goth stuff. Opeth, which is Sorcerer. Stunning design on the case there. Look at that. And inside, portraits of the band. Mikhail right in the middle there, with a crown on. Expect nothing less. Now, Opeth, obviously, they've changed a lot over the years. They've actually started going more doomy, if you like. And finally, on my vinyl collection, Sabaton, The Last Stand. That's a fantastic album with, as always, fantastic artwork. If anyone hasn't seen Sabaton, I definitely recommend them. Let's have a little look. Yep, completely agree there, Jimmy Guitarist. There's a lot of metal which has been influenced by classical music over the years. Even black metal, which some might find odd, but if you see a black metal band performing with an orchestra, it just works. Tom, how often do I crack out my LPs? At least once a week, really. I don't want to overdo it with them because I've only got a few albums there. But I listen to music every day, no matter what. But apart from anything else, it is a good investment. I'm not one to say buy vinyl to hang on your wall or to stick away. It is there to be listened to, but it's always going to be a good investment, particularly with some of the limited edition stuff I've got. Yeah, new wave is always good to listen to, and obviously, I like going to see Saxon whenever I can. You can never go wrong with a bit of Saxon, really, can you? Oh, missed. There we go. Yep, definitely a very good album. It's not the best Priest album, but in terms of musicianship on that album, I think it is up there. My dad is a punk. He's an old punk, if you like, but you know what they say, punk's not old, it's just tired and in need of a coffee. Actually, there are a lot of good punk bands coming along now, but even he can enjoy. Yep. And it is all about that attitude, isn't it? So I don't mind a bit of blues myself, actually, Jimmy. It can be enjoyable. I say it can be. For me, it can be enjoyable on the right occasion. And of course, with my dad and actually my mum as well, she was a punk as well. I was just brought up on punk. They always say you rebel into something, don't you? But I mean, I am sweating like I don't know what at the moment. It is boiling hot. I do excuse me. Can't see a thing. But there we go. Well, I'm not quite sure on any recommendations at the moment, Tom. Let me have a look at some things and I'm sure I can find some for you. I mean, I'm never really a punk person myself. I don't mind a bit of punk every now and then. I'll have to check them out because Shane's actually a big Scar fan, so he'd enjoy that. I think the last punk band I saw live was Stiff Little Fingers, actually, who were supporting Ricky Warwick down in Exeter, or the other way around. Can't remember who was supporting who. I think it might have been a double headline gig. That is delicious. So that is a little trip through my vinyl collection, although I do have one single as well, which is, surprise, surprise, a limited edition Mortis single. I picked that one up in France at Hellfest for €6, and it was actually worth about €50. So there's something about just meeting a band and having a drink with them. Many years ago, me and a couple of friends, we went to Newport to watch Sabaton. This was before they were big, and we got there quite early, so we were in the bar next door, which is all part of the same venue, which I think, I've got a feeling that venue doesn't even exist anymore. And we were drinking with them in the bar, and the whole band signed my arm, which I should have gone and got tattooed, but I didn't. These things happen. But I still do somewhere have the photos of their signatures on my arm, so you never know, I might be able to get it inked on at some point. That was a very surreal gig because if they were playing somewhere in Europe, it would have been packed out. But back then, they were so unknown in this country that there was me and my three mates, the band, the support band, and about three other people, actually, which was very bizarre. Oh, that must have been a fantastic night. Getting drunk with Grand Magus. They are a fantastic band. They're not really my sort of metal, but I enjoy it. There's something just about watching a band live, isn't there? I can go to a gig, not know any of the bands, and still have a good time, as long as it's enjoyable. Oh God. We've got a similar story, me and a few mates. When I lived in Bridgewater, we Skindred were playing at the rugby club, and me and a couple of mates were, and one of my mates went up to Benji Webb. He'd already been round everyone else in the band and asked them to sign his arm, and they wouldn't. So he went to Benji Webb and said, "Will you sign my arm?" And he said no. So he said, "Can I find your arm? Can I sign your arm? But I'll have to find some Tipp-Ex first." That did not go down well, as I'm sure you can imagine. I practically died of embarrassment, but there we go. Don't get completely wrecked, I think, is the clue to that one. Oh, that's going down lovely. What is everyone else drinking? So I'm just finishing off a bottle of Schneider Weiss. On a roasting day like this, a nice Weiss beer is just right. And after this, I've got some Hoegaarden to enjoy. Yeah, he did eventually see the funny side. He wasn't in a very good mood at the time because the venue wasn't the greatest place in the world, and he'd just spent half an hour on the phone to his manager saying, "What sort of a effing place have you booked me into?" But there we go. Oh, an Imperial would be nice later on. Imperial Stout in the evening, as long as it's still not too hot, that would be wonderful. I think I've got one stout in the kitchen at the moment, but that one is for review. So I went down to Sainsbury's this morning, did some shopping, and picked up a few of the newer beers they've got in. So I'll be reviewing, I can't remember what one it was, but I picked up an Arbor beer, which I ought to have reviewed already, since they're so local to me, but there we go. And what else did I get? Some of the stouts from Wild Beer. So again, another local brewery for me. And a couple of others. Omnipollo. I've not had, and much to my regret, I've not been able to have any Omnipollo beers yet. Argonon Monster Shake Imperial Stout with maple, coconut, cocoa nibs, smoked bacon, coffee, almonds, and vanilla protein. Well, that's quite something. What's it like? Is it smoky bacony, or does it taste like a breakfast? No problem, Tom. Catch you later. Oh, that's, if it wasn't for the bacon, obviously being veggie myself, I would give that one a go. Just because it does sound absolutely bonkers. That's Omnipollo, isn't it? I've got work at 6 o'clock tomorrow, so I'm not having anything too mental. A bit of Weiss beer, bit of Hoegaarden, maybe an IPA later. That'll do the trick. I do like a nice thick stout, but it just sounds absolutely bonkers, doesn't it? Breakfast in a bottle. Unbelievable, isn't it? Things you can do with beer these days. Right. Oh, that's my Weiss beer finished. I will be back in 2 seconds with a hoe garden. Now, I picked up 2 of the 4 packs of 330 hoe garden because it actually worked out cheaper to get that than it did to buy the big 750 bottles, which was bizarre. It all goes down the same way, doesn't it? Going down too easy. Ooh. At that ABV, going down that well. Dear. Oh, if it didn't have bacon in it, I would definitely have to try that. Yeah, Omnipollo, I haven't been able to get hold of any of their beer so far. Now, they've had beer in Morrison's, haven't they? But our Morrison's in Taunton, it's rubbish. They never get any of the new beers in. You can get some Northern Monk and things like that, and that's about it. Occasionally a bit of Thornbridge. Whenever they do the big new beers, nothing. Have you got the big 750ml bottle there? I do normally try and get that bottle, but when I saw the 4 packs of 330 and it worked out like 10 pence per litre cheaper, well, I take up the same room in the fridge anyway, so I love Hoe Garden. It's a nice, easy drinker, very sessionable, and you could get through quite a few of those and not have to worry, would you? All in the name of beer. Oh, I'm quite a strict veggie. And I used to say the only thing that stopped me going back to being vegan, because we were brought up vegan, was cheese. But now I'd have to expand that to include milk stouts and any beer with, or just beer in general, because there's quite a few that now use lactose, aren't there? I got 330 there then. It's a nice easy drinker, isn't it? Oh, I know. I've always liked Hoe Garden, I have to say. Menabrea. I've heard of it, but there's trouble here is we have no bottle shop in Taunton, full stop. The Tesco we have does get some of the beers when they do a big beer release in. The Morrison's isn't very good. And Asda and Sainsbury's are just catching up with craft beer now. I mean, for years they were so far behind the pack, weren't they? Now they've got some nice ones coming in. If it's in Asda, I'd have to check my Asda, see if it is in there. And it ends up that I have to do all my beer shopping online, which I don't mind. It's just you then have to wait around for it, don't you? You get that, will it come today? Will it come tomorrow? Feeling for a while. There's a question for everyone out there. I think everyone knows my answer. If you had to pick the best beer of last year, what would it be? of course, my best beer of last year. It's no surprise to anyone, I think, now, or by now, I should say. Of course, Log Jam Smash. And I keep looking at that bottle and thinking, oh, I'm going to have to go for it. But no, I'm going to mature it for as long as possible. This is definitely going down nicely. Didn't take long to get through half of that glass. It is a fantastic, nice easy drinker, like we say. Something by Wild Weather. I don't think I've come across Wild Weather. Are they a UK brewery? And I've got my three top UK breweries are Lord's, of course. Quantock, it's one of my local breweries. I mean, they're the most local to me. It's literally 4 miles away. And then going slightly off-piste, Loch Lomond, but simply because of the quality you can get for the price of it. I'm going to have a look then. I like to find new and interesting things. So I'm not the biggest fan of sours, but that's probably because I've only had a couple and they've not been so great. So it's probably I've just had bad ones. What did I have? I can't remember now. But it was absolutely atrocious. It's all subjective anyway, of course, isn't it? One man's piss water is another man's fantastic beer, I suppose. And there are people out there that enjoy Carling and Foster's. Not really sure why. As long as you enjoy what you drink, that's the main thing. So excuse the noise down there. Tyrion's turning his bed over for some reason. That's crazy dogs for you, isn't it? Yeah. Same with music. Yeah, I've been watching a band before, and it's like, what the hell is going on? And other people enjoying it. As long as they're enjoying it, that's the most important thing. I never judge anyone for their choice in beer, especially if they also like proper beer, as opposed to macro beers. As long as you enjoy what you drink, that's the most important thing, isn't it? I don't think I've had it, actually. Tooheys Extra Dry. 15 minutes for that's unbelievable. Was it as thick as engine oil? Had to have been, really. Oh, dear. That does sound like something, though. I think one of the best one of the best stouts I've had recently, I don't know if anyone else has had it, is King Crow from Little Critters up in Sheffield. That is an unbelievable stout. Went down like maple syrup. Oh, sticky and thick. But that is a mark of a really good imperial stout, isn't it? Engine oil, thick, heavy. It's like I've said before, if you've got an imperial stout and it's got weight to it, then it's going to be something good. That's the same with that King Crow. Imperial Espresso Stout. Wonderful beer. Really enjoyed it. Oh. Now this one just goes down far too easily. I completely agree. The box of 12 I ordered was my first look at Little Critters. I've seen them in Facebook ads every so often, you know, it pops up, doesn't it? I thought I must get some beer from them, especially when you see they did a stout range and you think, well, they've got loads of stouts, and those 12 beers, unbelievable. Every single one of them I really enjoyed, and it's not very often I can sit down and say every beer I've had so far from one brewery I can enjoy. Cheers, mate. I may still be live. I may be gone, but coming back later. I haven't quite decided yet. Obviously, most people are still watching the sport. So, but I'll hang around for a little bit anyway. Even if I am just talking to myself. And you. Sometimes that's the only way to get a sensible answer is to ask yourself a question. Definitely going to do a full hour. We're coming up to, well, we just hit 53 minutes. I'm definitely going to be here for the next 7 to 10 minutes anyway. Coffee espresso stout. Oh. As long as you enjoyed that one, I think I would. Everything I've got in the fridge at the moment, apart from the Hoe Garden, is technically for reviewing. Though I do this all the time. I buy beers to review, and then I end up drinking them, and then having to buy it again to be able to do a review on it. It's a vicious, never-ending circle. There we go. Nearly finished this one off. One thing I did notice when I popped out this morning was you can now get triple Carmelier in Sainsbury's. So rather unsurprisingly, I did pick up a bottle. Came in at £5. I'm not sure how much it was in Tesco's. I can't quite remember, but I think it was £5 as well. Somebody please correct me if I'm wrong. And so that's one thing I've got coming up. I've got tomorrow's video is already uploaded, and that is, now I filmed it before the news that we got last week, but it was, the video for tomorrow is actually Jet Black Heart by Brewdog. Now I don't know exactly what's going on because I haven't read it all, but obviously there's some trouble up mill at Brewdog, so we'll see what happens with that. I do have 2 videos on the camera to edit and so on. One is I've got there. I've got the hop, which is I'll show you what I've got going on now. I've got piece of board here that I'm sticking my can labels onto. So the two reviews that I've got to edit are the hop, which is the single hop mosaic edition by Salt, and I've got Castles in the Sky, which is from, oh, I can't remember now. It is Harbour Brewing in collaboration with 21st Amendment. So I've got to edit those ones yet, but is that the old football result, is it? Oh. Well done to England against, I want to say Croatia, was it? I'm not really sure. I'm going to have to work out different times for whenever I do a live, I think, at the moment. Now, I know I don't do lives very often. My last one was at Christmas, actually, wasn't it? I'm going to try to do a live at least once a month. I can't do much more than that because of work and dog showing and other different things. Oh, I'm going to drain this one off, then pour myself another beer. So, to my, it looks like 2 people in. I'll see you both in a minute. There's something about dogs, isn't there? He was quite happy, lay down on his bed, fast asleep, until I moved, and then he followed me to the kitchen. Crazy dog. But he is half of the channel, I suppose. So, another Hoegaarden. Not cracking into those beers for review just yet. I couldn't find my goblet, so it's actually in my Lord's glass today. There we go. So we've gone through my vinyl collection. So here's a question for everyone else. Not just talking about metal here. What is your favourite band of all time? There's something for you. So just have a look at this message. Just use that noise. My messenger always does that. Oh, technology. I'm not very good with tech, I have to say, despite being, I was going to say young then, but I'm not young, am I? Right. If I had to pick a band that wasn't metal and not Mortis, that is the best band of all time, I'd have to go either Pink Floyd or Led Zeppelin. Now, some would argue that Led Zepp are metal, but they're the first metal band. I'd say Sabbath are the first metal band, but It's always open to interpretation. In Zappa, probably proto-metal, if you like. See that's one thing with Tyrion. Fireworks don't bother him at all. He will bark if he hears a gate, even if it's a neighbour's gate. He just assumes it's our gate and it's somebody coming up to see him. But then he isn't what to say, a watchdog, really. I know you wouldn't think it to look at him, but this hoe garden's definitely going down a tree. Sort of a table leg out. It's sticking out a bit, and do excuse me. There we go. Wondered why it wasn't sitting flat. There we are. Lovely beer, that one. I suppose another question for people. What is the best format to listen to music on? Because you always get it's never the same on a CD or whatever. And I suppose even younger people these days, they don't even buy CDs, do they? I'd like to buy, whether it be CD, tape, or vinyl, I like to buy a physical copy of an album because I like to read the booklet and look at the artwork and things like that. And you just don't get that on a streaming service, do you? Yeah. I love Pink Floyd. I think Wish You Were Here is possibly one of the best songs ever written, especially live. I've never been able to see them live, obviously, I'm far too young, but when you watch it on, a concert DVD or whatnot, it's unbelievable live, isn't it? Excuse me. Now, what is everybody drinking now? Everyone still on the same sort of thing? I could do a John here and just freeze up. I also tend to think there are certain bands which slip by and are so underrated. I think there's a few that spring to mind for me. One will be Girl School. See, any big new wave of British heavy metal fan will know Girl School. And some people would know the song Please Don't Touch that Motorhead did, which they did with Girl School. But how many people will have been following Girl School for years or whatnot? I've actually seen them live at Wacken Festival up over in Germany. That was unbelievable. I mean, and there's so many other underrated bands, and for some reason or another, they just slip through and they don't get the recognition they're deserved. what's everyone's thoughts on those sort of things? That really does go down far too well, doesn't it? No, it's not a strong beer, is it? Is it 4.9? Yeah, 4.9 for a Hoegaarden. And it really is just a nice, enjoyable, easy drinker. Can't really go wrong, can you? I was looking at my cap collection earlier. This is now pretty much full. So, suggestions on what to do with my massive great pile of beer caps. I would like to make a cap table, you know, cover it in resin and so on. So I might get one of those little MDF table frames, glue each cap down, and then just resin over. I know Paul's done that, hasn't he? And many people do try and do things like that. Shane suggested sticking a cork board on the wall and just pushing the caps into it. I could have, starting on the top, beers I did like, and from the bottom, beers I didn't like. But I don't know. We've got 2 people still in. I'll give it another 10 minutes or so and maybe have another beer. JJ Kale. I've not heard of him. What I'll do is I'll check out. I'm guessing I can have a look on YouTube or Spotify or something like that, and I'll see what he's like. What style is it? Finish this one off. It's funny thinking about different types of metal and then different genres of music altogether. So I think Emperor, you know, full on black metal. And then Isan, who is the lead singer and lead guitarist for Emperor, his solo band was, in a way, jazz black metal. Very freeform and organic, if you like. I saw them at Hellfest 9 years ago, I think, and it's unbelievable. Yeah, you could still pick up the black metal influences, but there was blues in there, jazz in there, traditional rock in there, you know? And I do like a band which can blend different things. Not sure about anyone else. I like a nice mix, if you like. But don't get me wrong, I am full into traditional, ridiculously fast and evil, for lack of a better word, black metal. Dark Throne, Satyricon, Carpathian Forest, awesome band. Well, there we go. So I've got a choice now. No, I'm going to stick on the Hoegaarden because I'm determined to leave those beers to review. And I'll be back in 2 then. Here we go, 1 bottle of Hoegaarden and 1 fat metalhead. Bluesy steady rock type, Cocaine and Call Me the Breeze. I think I have heard them actually. I will check him out actually. I do like that sort of bluesy rock, and I'm also quite into what do you call it? That sort of sleaze rock, you know, Hanoi Rocks. Not so much Motley Crue and Guns N' Roses. I do enjoy them. Just drop that one. I do enjoy bands like Motley Crue and Guns N' Roses, but that sort of Sunset Strip, Hanoi Rock style, you know, Skid Row. Stop Stop. If anyone's heard of them, they're an amazing band. Excuse me. Oh, bloody sneezes. Better not be allergic to beer. When it comes to death metal, then there's no question. It's got to be Behemoth, Death, Cannibal Corpse, Autopsy, and Cattle Decapitation. Best 5 black death metal bands, I would say. I know Behemoth started as a black metal band years ago. But for my top 5 traditional heavy metal bands, well, obviously Sabbath, Maiden, Priest, Saxon, and Motorhead. I know Motorhead aren't technically metal, but they might as well be. It's the attitude, the style. Oh, and I'm guessing you're still talking about JJ Cale there, Jimmy. Obviously, for me, black metal is perfect Sunday afternoon music, but I'm guessing for most people, it's not going to be. I don't know if it's your Sunday afternoon music, then crack on. I tend to listen to all sorts of things all the time. I was listening to The Who, not The Who, The Who, the Mongolian folk metal band. And then I can switch from that into full-on black metal, then into a bit of Mozart. Yeah. I don't tend to stick to one genre at all times, I should say. And to be honest, I just like music. Doesn't matter what type it is. If it's done well, then I can enjoy it. I mean, I'm not going to enjoy your typical pop music, but other than that, and I've never been a fan of rap actually, and I know some people are. If you like it, then that's fine. Excuse me. So, talked about my vinyl collection, talked about my taste in music. Let's have a little talk about the future of metal. Everyone said in the early 90s with grunge that metal was dead. But then there were so many bands, keep going, keep going, keep going. Metal never died. Metal will never die. What sort of style do you think some new metal bands might take in the future? We've had, after the emo explosion in the early 2000s, we got I suppose it's more around 2010, wasn't it? After that, we had a sort of a metalcore revival, which brought that sort of style back into metal. What do we think is going to happen in future? I'm not talking about bands changing their style or anything like that. If new bands come along, are we going to stick to that sort of metalcore, deathcore sort of genre and other genres from before? Or is there going to be a new style? I know everything's all organic, it all moves and changes with time, and how some black metal bands now sound nothing like the black metal bands from 20 years ago or even 30 years ago. They're all completely different. But that is one of the good things about music, I suppose. It's constantly evolving. Slide that to one side so I can rest my elbows a little bit, makes it a bit easier. Anyone got anything they'd like to ask me based on my love of metal and industrial and all the other types of music that I do enjoy? Goth, not so much punk. I do enjoy punk, but it's not one of my big loves, I suppose. Dogs wandering around. We are about 1 hour 20, down to one person watching on my screen anyway. I don't know if that is accurate, but not the most attended stream I've done, that's for sure. But never mind. That's one of those things. As long as I enjoy myself, There we go. It looks like we've come to the end of any sort of organic conversation between me and me. Next time, there will be a special guest and we can have a proper conversation about different things. But as soon as I heard that the football was on at the same time, I knew I wouldn't get an audience of sorts. Hit 4 people at one point, that's not too bad, is it? But never mind, eh? Cheers to you all. I think I'll take it to past, and then I'll call it a day for today. So we could do an hour and a half of me talking to myself, drinking Hogarden. Yeah. If you can hear any noise, it's Shane upstairs watching the telly. Yeah, I don't mind grunge. Alice in Chains are the grunge band that I do like. Never really got into Nirvana. Pearl Jam are okay though. Okay, but it was always Alice in Chains for me. When Lane Staley died, that was horrid. But their newer singer, he did do a good job. Can't remember if they actually recorded an album or not, but not being my type of music, I never really bothered to check. Drain this one off. Okay, so I will be back into, just going to go and grab another beer. I'll see you in a minute. There we go. Hello, Buddy Visor. Kutos for joining me. How are you doing? I'm guessing we're starting to get people coming in now because the football has finished. Now, I'm on the Hogarden. What is everyone else drinking? All 3-4 of you. Here's a question for you, Buddy Visor. What is your favourite Finnish metal band, if you enjoy metal? Now, for me, I know it's going to be a bit of a cliche, but one of my favourite Finnish bands is him. You You can tear me to pieces in the comments all you like. I've always liked them. I'm not one of those that started liking them after they brought out Love Metal. I liked them right from the first album. But then Children of Bodom, Sentenced, 69 Eyes. I think you may have to all excuse me for a minute, whilst I just pop to the facilities, as it were. I'd say talk amongst yourselves, but you know. So. Judas Priest and Sabbath. Excellent bands there. I'll see you both. See you all very shortly. Be back in 2. Right, back again. Here he is. Hello, you slags. Here's Paul. I understand the football went well for England today. Would completely agree with you there, Buddy Visor. I've not seen them live, and obviously that'll never happen now anyway. But I did like Venus Doom when they brought that album out because it was traditional doom. You're thinking Catatonia with a K, not a C, obviously, not the Welsh one. My Dying Bride. It was that sort of doom, which is perfect. What are you drinking, Paul? There's a question. If anyone wants to come in, let me know. I've gone to an hour and a half now. Got 3 people in. Did go up to 4 at one point. Oh no, here's trouble. Afternoon, Phil. How are you doing? Eyeing a Dunkel. Lovely. Whoa. That's the trouble, isn't it? After you've had a few, it's quite hard to remember it. Citra and Sabro IPA. That sounds unbelievably good. Oh, I'm getting tempted to drink the beers I've got in the fridge for reviewing, and then just buy new ones to replace them. Might have to happen at some point. Must be the beard, Phil. I don't know. Good to have you, though. I'm still on my Hoegaarden. I'm very tempted to grab one of those different beers I've got sat in the fridge. I can't remember the last time I saw a live band. Probably Bloodstock in 2019. And we have our guest for today. Now, be warned, there might be some foul language. It's Simo. Add to stream.
Oh, God, did you say? Dangerous stuff. 750ml bottles as well, because I don't like water.
I see. When I popped down to Sainsbury's, the 4 packs of 330ml were cheaper per litre than the big bottles.
I didn't buy them, so I can't complain. They were a birthday present off my family, who think I'm a functioning alcoholic, effectively. No, they don't. They know that I like a drink, though. It was like she bought me 3 packs of them Belgian beers. She got me some Hoegaardens. Leah and Neil very kindly sent me some beers. My granddad got me some beers. A few other folk got me some bits. And Bob's was like, I assume you guys think that I drink like them. But this weekend's been a... Hang on. My dad's texting me. Clear off. I don't know. He's like, oh, just on golf course, mate. It's like 25 degrees. He's like, oh, fuck you too.
Jesus Christ. I can't cope in that heat.
No, I'll stay inside and drink beer.
It's much better, isn't it?
So I've not had Hoegaarden for, I bet it's a couple of years, you know. Last time I had it was on draft in Manchester in some little grungy sort of basement bar somewhere.
Yeah.
Massive Belgian, yeah.
The Sainsbury's that is in the middle of town here stopped selling Hoegaarden.
How strange.
I popped out to the big one, big bottles and 4 packs.
It's not bad. I've never seen these big bottles. I mean, what are they? 750ml, so what's that? About a pint and a half?
Yeah, pretty much.
I've also got a proper Hoegaarden glass, but it's currently in the dishwasher because I'm too lazy to wash it myself. Yeah. But yeah, it's been...
I'm having to drink out of my Lord's glass at the moment because all are in the kitchen at the moment.
I did have a cupboard full of glasses, but I've now got a dishwasher full of glasses because they just sort of stack up. It's like, I'll sort them out at some point. But
let's crack through the comments I've missed so far.
Oh,
Paul, what we chatted about one? Well, I think you've all missed me going through my vinyl collection.
Vinyl collection.
It's very cool.
I've been on about getting vinyl for yonks, and I actually bought a record player thing. But I'll be honest with you, it's still in the box. It's sat upstairs somewhere in the box, and I just never got around to actually taking it out and setting it up.
I crack my vinyl at least once a week. Goldrake is in.
Right.
Fat Fingers. Goldrake is in.
I know it's terrible, but Spotify is so easy. I know it's so bad for the music industry and it's horrific, but it's so easy. I can turn the computer on one click and it's there, and I've got all the tunes that I could ever need in.
I can get in the kitchen, get my phone on with the Bluetooth speaker.
Yeah, and just you've got
everything I want all the time.
I just wish they'd pay the artists a bit more rather than like 2p for a stream or something. It's like
exactly. And there's something to be said about, picking up a CD, looking through the book and everything, and just, what
was the first record that you ever bought then, Chris?
First record I ever bought was, the first piece of music I ever bought was We Sold Our Soul for Rock and Roll. The big 2-part disc set from
mine's pathetically embarrassing. It was, if I remember correctly, it was an Emma Bunton single. When I was about 9 years of age, it was Emma Bunton, and she went solo, and I don't know why, but I was trying to impress some girl that I liked at 9 years of age, so I saved up all my pocket money. And I went and bought Emma Bunton and listened to it, thinking that if I knew all the words, she'd like me, and it turns out that she just thought I was a fucking gimp. So, that went in the bin, and then I went and bought Bowling for Soups. What was it now? I want to say Drunk Enough to Dance, but I'm not sure that's the correct one. Let's have a scan.
Two Dance to Drunk. I never won.
But I bought that instead, and Emma Bunton went in the bin. Yeah.
First 5 albums I bought, 2 were Sabbath.
Yeah.
One being Headless Cross. So whether you class that as Sabbath or not is everyone's opinion. I bought Smell of Rain by Mortis. Hybrid Theory by Linkin Park. The day it came out.
What an album that is. It still holds up to this day.
I'm not a new metal person, as I'm sure everyone knows, but I love that album.
So I don't mind with a new metal. I must admit, sorry, shut the door. I was searching for a bottle opener before and I couldn't find one because my bottle opener doesn't work. It doesn't. So I had to go and root for another one. So, luckily, being a professional piss artist, I've got multiple bottle openers. So, Mud Rock. Yeah, I've got, what did I buy? Yeah. That, and then I bought Puddle and Mud. I think it was called Come Clean.
They're not going anywhere, are they?
No. There was Maiden, Sum 41. I think I bought an Eminem record once upon a time. What else? A couple of compilations. And I used to buy Kerrang magazines back in the day when they used to give you you used to get CDs with them and stuff, which was nice. So I had a subscription to Kerrang.
And every so often you've got VHS as well.
Yeah, and you get a sort of compilation CD. I was like, this is awesome.
I've got loads of them.
I guess they still do them, maybe. You used to get compilation CDs all the time, but they're sort of like a rare thing nowadays.
Yeah. That's like Metal Hammer used to have one every single month. I don't buy Metal Hammer anymore, so I wouldn't have a clue. But
Limp Bizkit, my mum loves them, which is, I know it sounds a bit. I used to love them, and then I had a Limp Bizkit hoodie and went to my mate's grand's house, and she had dementia. She said, "What does that say?" Fucking Lump Biscuit. I went, "Oh," and we were in absolute tears. About 13 years of age, and we were just rolling around the floor. She's like, "That's so funny." And we were in tears of laughter. Papa Roach again. The first probably 2 albums were really good.
You know what? I say I don't like new metal, but every time I think of a band, I think, their first album was actually quite good.
It seems to be a thing. It's like
enjoyed Papa Roach.
Yeah, Stains, I think I've only heard maybe 2 songs. I've heard. Pardon me. They did a song with Fred Durst, didn't they?
Yeah.
A depressing one. Which is great when you had a few beers and you just want to sort of be a morbid bastard. You just chuck that on and say, probably 500 LPs. Yeah. I mean, she's got a massive, mother. She's got a Welsh dresser thing, and there's double doors and there's just CDs stacked up. But the men like Motorhead in U2 and Sisters of Mercy and The Damned.
I love Sisters of Mercy. Or I say that I did until I saw them live at Camden Roundhouse.
Apparently, they're absolutely shocking live, but
Mm.
yeah, yeah,
No support band.
interesting.
You've got a room full of agitated goths
Yeah, yeah,
going, "Where's the music?" An
Yeah.
hour and a half later, they come on stage.
Sounds like Guns N' Roses, actually.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. We're supposed to start at 8 o'clock, but I'll come about 10:30. I'll sing a few songs and then I'll get pissed off and go off.
Just going to crack through these comments. I'm not going to read them. I'll leave them up for a few seconds so people can read them. I've suddenly turned into John and got behind on comments.
Paul, I'm born to waste regeneration.
I think I'd keep up being my age, but Emma Bunn, voice of a generation.
Yeah. I've listened to a bit of everything. I mean, I'm at the minute I've sort of massively been to Ghost and Parkway Drive have been sort of my go-to.
I've
Parkway again, sort of probably maybe a bit too new metal for you.
They did play at Bloodstock in 2019. I think I was at the bar when they played.
Ghost are really good. They're not really a flexible one though. They're better if you see them at their own gig because they've sort of got all the theatrics and whatnot. Like Ghost, they're one of them bands, a bit like there's a band I like called Creeper, who started off as like a sort of horror punk band, and then again they died on stage, a bit like Ghost, where Papa dies on stage at the end of each tour, which is fucking hilarious. But yeah, they sort of. So Creeper's first album was like a horror punk. And then they released a second album, which was like sort of 50s American rock class with sort of MCR and sort of that kind of thing. But I must admit, the first time I listened to it, I thought, that's all right. Then 2 or 3 things later, I was like, yep, that's on repeat now. That's now stuck in my brain. Like,
so I've had it with Ailstorm so many times. I listened to one album when I found myself walking down the road singing their songs to myself.
Yeah. They're just
ridiculous, aren't they?
Walking around the house singing stuff like, all right, I was like, I'm just singing away to myself. Like, all right. He's finally cracked. He's lost the plot. Like, I'm all right.
I'm sure he thinks I'm mad.
Singing away to yourself.
Yeah. I'm going to grab some beer.
Sounds like a shout.
So, Simo, the stream is yours for a second.
Oh, Christ.
Try not to swear too much.
Mate, swear never. I'm like a saint. Oh, that's nice. I need live music back now. Like the world's getting back to normal. All sorts, metal, rock, indie, mod, jazz. I don't mind sort of most of that. Jazz though, I don't know. Jazz just infuriates me. I don't know why. When I hear it, I just want to hurt people. It's like, please can you stop?
It doesn't make sense.
It's just, it's like, if some guy got a saxophone and thought, you know what we're going to do? We're going to make a saxophone even more fucking irritating. It's like, awesome. Nice one. Just what I want, yeah. But, I don't mind a bit of indie. There's not many indie bands around nowadays that are classed as indie. Sort of, they all get smacked with some other label or sort of. But the amount of bands nowadays that you say that don't even classify themselves as any genre, they're just like, we are who we are. Sort of, you either, and then you get sort of. So you've got like your sort of new wave heavy metal, so like you've got Maiden, Sabbath, Saxon, sort of things like that. Where sort of, unfortunately, even though they're not metal by today's standard, the more sort of hard rock.
Yeah.
More sort of, they're always going to have
That's
that
cool.
that sort of label attached to them. Maiden, though, what a band! I've seen them far too many times.
Every time I see them live, I think they can't get any better, and they do.
Yeah. Although last time I don't really remember because it was really hot. It was like mid-June somewhere, and I was in Manchester and got absolutely slaughtered first, which is a massive rookie mistake. And I don't know, they were just going down. I was like, oh, that's great. I'll have another one. And 4 or 5 pints later, she's like, shit, it's only 5 o'clock. Oops. Yeah. And then about, sort of a couple more pints inside the gig in here.
But the last time I saw Maiden was in Cardiff, and it was just after the Manchester thing. You have what's her name? Ariana, what's she called? And I've never been to a metal gig with armed police walking around outside.
It's mad. That's still going on. There's still investigations into that. They reckon that the security guard basically just dropped a massive bollock by all accounts. The guy in the control room, but he's a human. People make mistakes.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, he made a humongous mistake on that particular night, but it's just it's a shame. But one of my brother's friend's sister unfortunately died in the thing, and he said it's strange how different people deal with grief, I suppose, because I've lost a couple of people, and sort of it's weird. Like it's as if she's like the bedroom's untouched and everything. The house is still the same. It's a bit weird. Oh, Maiden live are just awesome. I mean,
yeah. Oh, definitely.
I saw him in Sheffield when they were having a bit of an issue with "Hallowed Be Thy Name," which was quite funny. So they started playing. It's like, no, you can't play that one, which just tickled me to no end. Sort of as often up, and Bruce goes, "No, what? You can't play that one, not yet." Anyway, we've got to wait for that one. And
I have to say, the best I've ever seen Maiden was at Wacken. The place was literally alive with energy. You've got 80,000 metalheads all singing along. Pyro everywhere.
Oh,
it was unbelievable.
I would see Rammstein at some point. They're supposed to be very good live.
Mm.
They're one of them where sort of if you get the opportunity, you just go because it's Rammstein. Like I remember seeing pictures and because it's Rammstein, and he's on a rubber dinghy with a flaming dildo shooting fireworks. He's like, okay, that's Rammstein, isn't it? It's fucking. We'll just roll. It's like normally, well, that's a fire hazard. Don't say it now. We'll just roll with it, or I'll have a chainsaw while some crowd surfing and stuff. It's like, okay,
we're just going to shoot fireworks into the audience.
Yeah. Well, a mate of mine was at Download and said he was pissing it down. He said there was that much pyro. He said he was just sweating. He said he was completely dry. He said you're just sweating. He said, and it's like just complete chaos. He said it was great, but they were saying, I think I was watching to Copping, and he was saying that they had to basically fireproof the entire stage. All of it had to be like sprayed with flame-proof. Because Rammstein, and by other counts, it stopped. This could be rumor, I'm sure I read it somewhere. It stopped a plane from landing at the airport because there was that much fireworks and pyro and all that shit going off. It's like a war zone, but I bet it'd be a good crack.
I was watching the Rammstein live at Paris on Prime, and it is unbelievable.
It's just chaos, yeah.
How people leave with their eyebrows intact, I don't know.
Also, I think Rammstein's probably one of the few bands now that have been going for probably about 30 odd years, and they've got the original lineup still.
Yeah.
It's still the same handful of blokes. And
how many bands can you think of but have still got the same lineup?
Probably none, to be fair. Not. Maybe, let's think. not many, maybe one or two, but not many. Yeah, there's very, very few, especially nowadays. It's so cutthroat, the music industry.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
And there's so much other stuff going on behind the scenes as well. So, yeah. You look at
Aerosmith. I'd love to see Aerosmith. I like a few of their tunes, but they're another band where somebody said, "Do you want to see Aerosmith?" I'm like, yeah, fuck yeah, let's go. You know, it's Aerosmith. It's there's a few bands nowadays where sort of, especially as they're getting on a bit, you think if you get the chance to see them, you have to go.
Oh yeah, definitely. I'm assuming Paul's talking about Rammstein there.
Yeah.
And yeah, they bloody rock.
They're just crackers, and they're getting on. I mean, they're getting on. They must be what, mid-50s now, maybe.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Cold drink. Going big into the mod scene. Fair enough.
David's in. Hello, David.
All right, David.
I'll do. No, I'm not into any sort of mod stuff. Shane's dad is. But he was into the old glam rock, you know, the T-Rex, that sort of stuff.
You can't be a bit of glam rock, a bit of Poison and Twisted Sister. And
if it wasn't for glam rock, we wouldn't have had glam metal. So,
just like Deep Side is just. Do you know something? I think I was saying this about Download. I said Bloodstock are giving a lot of the youngest sort of bands a chance. Sorry, I've got an itchy leg.
Yeah.
Download, you look at the lineup, it's like Kiss, Iron Maiden, and then Biffy Clyro. I'm sorry, but Biffy Clyro,
yeah.
This is going to cause some offence now. Biffy Clyro are absolute fucking dog shit. I'm telling you now, put it out there. They're absolute dog shit. They're trash. They don't belong at a rock or metal festival. They're pop rock at best. Ooh, Bubbles. Ooh, I got upset on this girl. Well, fucking fuck off. Get in the sea, fucking knobhead.
Right.
But I think you'll see probably Bury Tomorrow, Bring Me the Horizon are definitely getting up there. Frank Carter, Steel Panther, they're getting on a bit of this, but they're getting on, but they're sort of new, which is weird. Yeah. They're getting on, but they're still like a newish band. Ghost, Creeper. Let's have a look through my playlist of While She Sleeps. Again, they're so good. Architects. Asking Alexandria, but they're not really metal anymore. They sold out, so fuck them. Body Counts are a weird one. They're sort of, but by the counts, they're incredibly difficult to book because
I've heard this.
Of the fact that he's A, fucking actor, and B, American, and I guess maybe being an actor, you've got maybe like a month free of the year.
Yeah.
Because Vicky from Bloodstock said she wanted to book them, and she said that she spoke to his people, it was all go, and then obviously it was like, oh, August, I can't do that. And I guess when work commitments are there, then you've got to, acting comes first. If music's your second thing, also we got Beartooth. They're getting pretty big nowadays.
I think Sabaton are going to be the main headline band for a lot of festivals coming up.
Sabaton are they're like this, especially in Europe, they're massive.
Yeah.
In the UK, I feel like they've not quite broke it yet. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's that the UK with power metal seems to be a bit of a weird. You go to Europe and they fucking love power metal.
Definitely.
You come to the UK and they're like, nah, mate, ain't nobody got time for that shit. It's,
12 years or so ago, I went to see Sabaton in Newport, and the entire audience was me and my three mates, two other guys, and the support band. I know nowadays they would be packed out, but
There's also a little festival called Damnation Festival, which is sort of
I went.
more towards the extreme sort of
It's a good
ends of
death
things.
festival.
And he was saying that the first time they did the gig, there's a handful of people, but he said it's like anyone festival promoters. I was watching
Got to build it
on
up.
YouTube. If you Google Damnation versus Bloodstock, and it's the two promoters talking, and they were saying what an absolute nightmare it is to book bands. He said, because no matter who you book, people are going to be pissed off. He said it's always the people that are pissed off that are the ones. What the fuck have you done? Why would you book that? He said, but he said that some bands, he said that people want, he said they're impossible to book.
Yeah.
He said your agents are knobhead. He said, or the band are just not interested. He said, sort of, and it's hard work trying to find new and exciting bands that people are interested in.
I think that's where Bloodstock have got it right, doing the new Blood with the to the masses competitions around the country.
Yeah, you've got sort of, you've got your big headliners, and then you've got sort of, in fact, unlike Download, who put fucking shit on in the day, and they'll put a big band like Alice Cooper on the second stage over some fucking nobodies on a Friday night. But yeah, they do it well. Like I said, the New Blood stage, and there's a Sophie stage, and in fact, there was a competition they put out, and they said, if you're a metal band, and you think you've got the chops, we're giving you the chance to come and basically play on Friday night in the tent. I was like, fair play. Oh, sorry, going off on tangent. Ginger, another one, they'll be massive. I think Gojira will be massive. I think you'll be seeing them.
Ginger are playing at Bloodstock this year.
I think you'll be seeing them headlining very soon, because they are just going up and up and up. And the female fronted, which helps, I think. It's very rare to see a female front. Unleash the Archers are pretty good. A bit of power metal, not really my bag, but they're good.
You think of it's going to be symphonic, isn't it? Within Temptation, Nightwish.
For the first time,
I enjoy the symphonic metal, but it's not my thing.
Yeah. But I think Spirit Box are massive. Well, they're Canadian, they're female fronted, and they do a bit of everything. They've got a couple of sort of songs that are like very heavy. There's a few that are sort of halfway there, and there's a few that are clean vocal, but yet they're sort of percussion's heavy, so they're getting out there. They're decent. But I think Damnation be killing it. Yeah, the guy seems like a really nice guy. I'll tell you what though, he has got a hard on for Bolt Thrower. Like seriously, when you watch the YouTube thing, everything that he ever talks about, he compares them. Yeah, but Bolt Thrower. It's like, all right, Gav, we get it. No, put your dick back in your pants.
To be fair.
Yeah. Put your big boy pants on, but Mastodon again. I think Mastodon need to. They just need a real big album. They're sort of up and down. They do a couple of really good tracks, and then
they need one festival to just give them one headline start and bring out a massive album on the back of that. Because every Mastodon album I've listened to is, oh, that's good, that's good, that's good.
Yeah.
That's okay. But it's not my thing. So, and metal is very subjective.
I think that have we got any in the old playlist? You've got like King 810. They're massive in the States, but they never really broke it over here because
they tried.
Yeah, they tried, but I think the issue is when you're talking about American politics, it doesn't really float with the UK or the European audience. It doesn't have the same.
Oh.
Yeah. Trump's in our yeah, we know. Oh, okay. yeah, oh shit. That didn't really work out, did it? Sort of Hailstorm, I feel like they've got an opportunity to be big, and they've always been about, but they always feel like an opening band to me, or like a sort of maybe a sub headline.
Just commenting on Buddy Wiser's comment there. Yes, Impaled Nazarene, fantastic band. They are unbelievable live and brilliant studio as well.
You got like Max Cavalera watching the interviews, and he said, I'll go till I'm dead. He said, as long as I can stand up and play, and he said, I'll just carry on. He's like 50 odd and he's in like 3 different bands, which is a load of bollocks. Yeah. All right, Lee.
Hello, Lee. How you doing, mate?
Yeah, if you like, I'll let's try to think of the best way to describe this now. If you like Mastodon, if you like Sepultura, and give me a second. What the hell are they called? Dillinger. There's a supergroup called Kill or Be Killed, and it's basically Mastodon, Max and fucking all them lot, and the Cavalera brothers and the guys from all those. They basically formed a supergroup, as you do. Just we'll do what we. The first album was a bit. You can tell sort of we don't really know each other. We'll record and see how it goes. They put an album out last year, the end of last year, called Reluctant Hero. It's a banger. At least the first half. The second half falls with the first half is very good. So listen to the first 6 tracks, not with the rest of it. But yeah, the first 6 tracks are really good. Drunk Football, Drake. It's I'm lucky I live in Bumfoot nowhere, so you don't really see any football fans.
I find Impaled Nazarene one of my favourite black metal bands.
Typical Carling drinkers. But I was looking at a lot of the American sort of festivals. There's a few there, and you've got a few that are sort of iffy, and then there's a few, I've never heard now. Half the bands in there, I've never even heard of him. I don't know where they get it from, but
and you look at their lineups, and you can look at things like Slayer and Pink on the same lineup.
Yeah, it's very odd. It's like,
I just don't get it.
I don't get it. Yeah, I don't get it. American festivals are strange. Shinedown, I think, have got a potential to be headliners. They were very good. I've not listened to them for a bit, but they were.
I saw them supporting Maiden.
Yeah.
I did actually enjoy it.
Well, so I'm trying to sort of scroll through my sort of, I say, newish playlist, but it just depends on what you're into, doesn't it? It depends.
Oh, yeah.
Killswitch, another one. I'm surprised that Killswitch have not been a headliner at a festival yet, because they're definitely up there, I would say. I mean, they killed them for Maiden, which is weird.
Yeah.
They're good. Killswitch and Maiden on the same bill is very odd. But it works. Killswitch are awesome. They got the crowd hyped.
Lee, definitely check out Impaled Nazarene. They are amazing. Good, honest black metal.
Good, honest black metal. When you say honest, does that mean like and good? Does that mean they're not like sacrificing virgins and stuff in the forest? It's like we're happy and we
weekend.
Yeah, just on the week, just on Sundays and shit, you know. Like, well, Arch Enemy and Carcass. That'd be a good laugh. That one. I'll say good laugh. It'd be a good dick.
Every time I've seen both of those bands has been amazing. I prefer Arch Enemy with Angela, but
yeah, I think that without being that sort of, they're not the same. They've got a bit sort of.
What's this? What's this?
Nickelback. Nickelback's first album was fucking legit, man.
Yeah.
And they've done a couple of decent tunes, but they're sort of.
They're reusing the same format every time, aren't they?
Yeah. But then you got like Five Finger Death Punch who do that, and nobody complains, apart from Americans who call it Monster Energy Metal, which is quite funny. It's redneck Monster Energy Metal, and there's a handful, but they seem to be like, I don't know, they're massive over there.
What's the saying? True cult.
Black metal. I'm not massive into black metal. I don't mind a bit, but it's definitely a niche sort of thing. However, there's a band that you probably enjoy, you might have even called Venom Prison. They'll be right up your street.
I love Venom Prism, and I'll be seeing them at
Trivium, which is weird as fuck. Again, that's another like strange sort of mix.
There's some stuff of Trivium I enjoy, and there's some that I really hate.
I would say the last two Trivium albums have been really good. The new one is, or the latest one, not new, but they come out last year, I think. Last year, yeah, 2020. But the last two albums have been really, really good.
Yeah, I think they're one of those bands that gets better with age.
Trivium were just awesome. They're such a good band. Like they're just, but you never really see them over here. Whether they're difficult to book or what, I don't know. But you never really see them in the UK.
I have it's a horrible hatred. I hate them because he's 4 months younger than me, and he's so much richer than me.
Yeah.
It's jealousy, really, isn't it?
Yeah, a bit of a green-eyed monster there.
I'm with you there, Lee. I can get into Five Finger.
No, Metallica. Sort of Trivium are just. Let's have a look. They've done what album was it now?
Ascendance was all right.
I mean, they did Shogun, which was amazing. In Waves was great. And then they went a bit off. But the last two albums...
Lee's hit the there.
I think a lot of bands try to be other bands at some point, don't they? Everybody tries it, and then it fails, and they go back to what they know. But, yeah, the last two were good. The first sort of three were good, and then I didn't know Trivium was still going. Yeah, they're only youngish blokes. They're so young. They're not particularly old. Like they're not like Metallica, Maiden sort of age. You know, they're not getting onto that.
They're in their early 30s, aren't they?
Let's have a look. Matt Heafy. I'm 35, okay.
Yeah.
I thought he was older than that, in fairness. But
they're still young because I'm 35, so I'm young.
See, I quite like Avenged, I must admit. I've seen Avenged a couple of times and I very much like
never been into
them. They're all right. I've seen them a couple of times. They're not the best band ever, but they put on a good show.
Oh, yeah. I saw
Architecture Architecture used to be really good, and then they put out a new album and I went, what the fuck is this? I was like, this is not what I signed up for. Like, you were a metalcore / hardcore band, and now you've put out this strange, like, hippie rock stuff. I just don't get it.
That's pretty much what it was as well.
Down. What a band. Just another one where troubled histories and they just don't get on with each other. Apparently they fucking hate each other, so they just don't get on. Honestly. I saw them at Download. What was it? 2011 maybe? And they were really, really good. They headlined the Saturday night and they were shit out. But by all accounts, they fucking hate each other. So I suppose it's like anything, you know, it's a job to them, and it's not just because you don't like each other doesn't mean you don't then sort of tour around, but I guess being I don't know, it's a difficult one because you're stuck with them for like 8-9 months of the year, aren't you? So back in a sec, I need to pee.
Right, let's catch up. Lisa's in. Hello, Lisa. How you doing? Jimmy, you snob. From Edge of Sanity, I don't know. Opeth, amazing. Oh, Jimmy's laughing. Yeah. For me, Napalm Death is a band of two halves. I like Lee Dorian's Napalm Death. You know, right back in the early days, but I'm a massive Cathedral fan as well. But I do also like Barney Greenway. And I can't decide which I like more. And Napalm Death are playing at Bloodstock this year. So it would be the 7th or 8th time I've seen them live. 8th, I think, actually. So they did play at Damnation. Yeah, but Barney's all right, but he's a knobhead in real life. Trust me on that one. I've met him, and he is a knob. But as long as he can belt it out, that's the main thing, isn't it? I mean, I've met a few singers that are complete C words, but as long as they play the music, oh, I did not know that. Every time I see Opeth live, it's always Mikhail with his madness.
I read that wrong then. I thought that said Barnes' Napalm Death. I was like, that's interesting. That Barnes' Napalm Death all the way from me. Okay. What's that? I don't know what I picked up here. Polish, maybe? Russian? Anybody got any idea what that is there? Bruce Browastu Mosto. Polish, Russian, it could be anything. It could be anywhere around there, in fairness. It looks Polish, I must admit. Let's see. I guess it's Polish. It says PL, so I guess that means Poland.
I guess I am. Oh, I would have loved to have gone on that tour. Feeble and Morbid Angel.
Fucking thing. Looks like, I don't know. Interesting. Cool little bottle cap. And then inside, there's I don't know what that means. Art Plus, but I've never seen anything printed inside of a bottle cap before.
No.
Stay there.
Right. My turn to go for a wee now. Semo's in charge. God help us.
That was a hefty old. Looks all right. It's a bit lighter to me, but there's a solid, haven't it? Giggity. It smells good. It smells proper fruity. It's a fruity little lumber. The artwork's kind cool as well. I guess that's a heart and a hand. What's it called? It's a West Brewer Stumosto West Coast IPA, Salamander, Eldorado, Amarillo, Topaz. 6.5%. I haven't got a clue what it says it's called in Polish, unfortunately. It's if anybody understands Polish, won't focus with it. Because it's a piece of shit. Crappy thing. Yeah, it's all in Polish. There's a whole list of ingredients and other bits, but it's all in Polish, so who knows? 6.5%, that'll do. Entombed were really fucking good, man. Like, in fact, a lot of the sort of Swedish metal scene used to be really good, and it just kind of died off. So it's like In Flames, when they originally came, were like fucking awesome, and now they're a tribute band because I don't think there's a single original member left. So I don't know how you can be called In Flames when there's not a single original member left of the band.
Well, even Jesper Stromblad isn't in the band anymore, is he?
No, they've all gone, so it's a completely different band.
Just going to whiz through these quick comments. Great bands there.
Gods of Grind. Len? That
Carcass, amazing. Entombed, amazing. Cathedral, amazing. Confessor, amazing.
It's like Sabbath.
Not, then I am.
Dio's Sabbath as Sabbath, or because I know a few people do, but it's not. To me, it's not Sabbath for Halsey. Like,
I love Dio, no question. Whether it's Dio or Elf or Dio Sabbath,
Rainbow.
Is it Sabbath? Yeah.
It didn't sound anything like Sabbath. It sounded like
No.
Dio. It was just
Yeah,
it didn't
exactly.
sound anything like Sabbath. Yeah, it was.
It was Dio before Dio.
And then obviously they turned to Heaven and Hell, which was. I actually really rate that album. I think it's probably one of my top albums. I think it's a very good album.
I love Heaven and Hell. And this is a weird one. I really enjoy Headless Cross.
See, one of my favourite tunes used to be Rainbow in the Dark.
Martin.
And then apparently Dio hated it, and it kind of put me off it a bit when you find out somebody fucking hated it. It's like, doesn't really have the same. It doesn't hit the same when you're like, so somebody's fucking hated it. It's like,
yeah. Football fans, 1-0 Austria.
No. That's where it's coming from. I could hear a noise as like what's going on, but it explains a lot. My Spotify seems to have some autoplay thing going on. No, don't play. Christ, like whatever you do, don't fucking play. Holy shit. Let's try and fucking turn this off. Let me turn this off. Where are we? There we are. I could see music playing. I couldn't figure out where it was coming from, but I had a tab open. I was like, Spotify? No. I was like, there's nothing else open, but there was music coming from somewhere. Lee experienced Metal's peak firsthand.
I'm not saying anything about age.
Dio was a beast. I saw Maiden in Brum, of all places, which was good. I saw Motorhead in Brum as well. Which listened Dio, seen Sabbath once.
Yeah.
So Metallica, recent Metallica. And to be honest with you, they're a bit shit. And we paid, I think it's about 150 quid for a ticket. And we got there, and they were interested. They didn't seem to give a shit. They were more interested in getting paid than it was like karaoke.
Yeah.
They sung 2 or 3 songs. The rest was just like, yeah, you sing it. I was like, I'm paying you to fucking sing, mate.
Yeah.
Like, fucking crack on.
Me and Metallica have a checkered history.
Yeah. I hear a lot of people say they're either really good or the shit and there's no in between. They're either phenomenal or they're absolute crap. And there's just...
When I was supposed to see them live, which is at Download,
yeah,
the Masters anniversary, so 2006, I got completely wasted, passed out, missed everything.
oops. Oops.
So
yeah.
Never got to see them live.
Oh, Sonosphere, man. Sonosphere was an awesome festival. I thought, you know what happened? It just never appeared one year, and that was it. They're like, we cancelled it. And Lime, me.
That's not old, Lee.
Oh, there's nothing in it. Right, Sam.
I saw Heaven and Hell at Hellfest and Wacken, and the Hellfest was the Hellfest one was the one shortly before Dio died.
Oof.
And I'm still going to remember that to the end of my days. It was
There's a dog in the kitchen. I'm trying to work out
that he could get out there with all his problems and still belt it out.
What a man. Just the voice of him was just unreal.
Yeah. Who's got that range? No one.
Not many people at all, no. I mean, since Bruce had his operation, he's lost a lot of range, but he's still a good fucking vocalist.
He's still got it, but it's not quite where it was. I'm with you there, Lee. I love anything extreme. Black, death, grind. David's seen Metallica on the Master of Puppets tour.
Bloody hell, it's going back some, isn't it?
Jesus Christ, I was born in '86, so...
I'm saying nothing. Yeah. Absolutely nothing.
God almighty.
The mate of mine's massively into this, like, Japanese metal stuff. I just don't get it. It's just like...
Oh, well, not
Japanese... Something called Lady Baby, and it's a fucking... It's like a 40-year-old man dressed as Japanese schoolgirl. And I mean, fucking the lot, like fucking the dress, the hair, with a handful of like Japanese schoolgirls. So it's awesome. Like, is it though, or are you just being creepy? I was like, it's I don't know. It's not my bag. It's like baby metal and that. They don't. Not my bag. I don't know.
I do not get baby metal at all. I've watched some of their stuff and it's like,
well, they're manufactured, aren't they? They're manufactured to a specific audience.
Yeah.
Japanese grindcore. Killing Joke.
I was all right on that front because I saw Killing Joke at Hellfest. And that was amazing.
Fucking baby metal. I like how Paul's saying baby metal go away after he's admitted that he loves Nickelback.
I can't cope with baby metal.
I just don't get it. I don't understand it. I don't. Maybe it's because I'm just getting on old. Maybe I'm old now, but I don't get it. I don't understand why you want to watch the fucking Japanese schoolgirls who are not schoolgirls, but they're like fucking 20-odd-year-old fucking Japanese women dancing around dressed like schoolgirls. It's just...
I'll just stick an anime film on.
It's creepy. Like it's just downright fucking creepy is what it is.
Yeah.
And you can guarantee if you go to one of them gigs, it'll all be like fucking middle-aged men. It's just weird, yeah.
I've not heard of SOB, but I will check them out.
SOB, Japanese grindcore.
I like grindcore anyway, so.
A punk rock band formed in Osaka, Japan in 1983. The original vocalist committed suicide in 1995. Christ.
Oh, here you go, Sam. There's one for you.
Chad Kroger is a god. I mean, he managed to nail Avril Lavigne, so fucking fair play to the guy. I mean, what he's how old is he now? He must be like 50 odd.
He's got to be old now, isn't he?
46. God. I thought he was way older than that.
Wrong one.
Baby
guitars, chart music with guitars. Yeah.
Annoying but harmless.
Sex Machine Guns is peak Jap metal. Oh, I'll have to check them out then.
Wow, they look edgy as fuck. The first picture that comes up and they've got like fucking, they're wearing like leather vests, but like PVC leather, and like PVC leather trousers with gold and chains on. Okay, yeah, that's full on like edge. Yeah.
Maybe goth or industrial. I'll have a look at that.
80s, the split single, Napalm Death, deal. But I say, fucking, I'm always I try and listen to a lot of them sort of modern stuff, but it really pisses me off when you get 2 or 3 albums that are really good and then they bring out another one.
Yeah.
And it sounds completely fucking different. It's like, why? Because you want to be popular. It's like, well.
Yeah. And that's the thing, isn't it?
Just stick to what you're good at. Yeah.
I love the band, so don't get me wrong here. But Behemoth,
yeah,
I love their current stuff. Don't dismiss that. But they started out as a proper black metal band. 2 albums, and then they went death metal, which is fine by me. I love death metal. But what change?
He's going through some shit right now, though, and he's
Adam, yeah.
He could be in a bit of trouble with the old church and the Polish government that were after him, which is
Poland is horrendous, isn't it? To be a metal band.
It's like, oh well, fucking. But in fairness, by all accounts, it was something like he stood on the Virgin Mary's face or something. It was something like that they tried to fucking do him for, but he's not done himself many favours by sort of
tearing out pages from the Bible, going lies.
Like gonna wipe his ass with and set
not wrong. That's the thing.
Yeah, but I mean, he still lives in Poland, so you're still living in Poland. You know, if you were somewhere else, fair play. But when you're still living in Poland, a brave fucking move.
He's got a lot of my respect.
Selling out, yeah. Selling out tastefully. We're selling out. We're going to tastelessly. Okay. We're not even going to hide it. We're just going to fucking come out with a completely different fucking. And you'll love it.
Moving slightly from one genre to the next genre is okay.
Jimmy, I didn't even know there was a North Macedonia until I seen them playing football. Yeah.
I can answer that. South Macedonia is an area of northern Greece.
Okay.
Is it?
Were they
Everyone
just
knows
like sort of absorbed
Alexander
by
the Great, who was king of Macedon,
Alexander the Great.
and his father Philip II.
Mhm.
And the northern area is what we now call North Macedonia.
So basically, they're like trying to be edgy and call themselves North Macedonia rather than just being like conforming. Like, yeah, man, we're part of Greece now.
Yes,
fuck you, Greece. We're more North Macedonia.
they were part of Yugoslavia,
Fucking hell.
and people were calling them the former Yugoslav Republic of Macedonia. Is that we never asked to be part of Yugoslavia. Yeah. That's what you did to us after the war.
Yeah.
So that's why they are now North Macedonia rather than just Macedon. That's my politics A level coming in there.
Fucking history lessons with Chris the Beard Dog. That's it, kids. Don't go to school. Watch YouTube. Yeah.
I do have A levels in history, early modern history, archaeology, sociology, classical civilization, law, politics, economics.
Bit more switch genres, but I think they maintain the same feel. I remember. But so, I mean, I can name so many fucking bands that have. But they don't, nowadays, they say we're going in a different direction, or we're experimenting, is what they say. Some bands do it very well and become actually better when they change. Yeah. But there are some where you go, just go back to what you were doing.
Yeah, definitely.
My eyes are burning. Fucking hay fever. Try not to touch them, but they feel like they're just on fire, which is great fun. To be fair, I mean, I said the other day, I was like, fucking, bit like Jimmy, like, I didn't even know there was a North Macedonia or a South until I saw them on football, so it's a bit of a, okay. Who even fucking
I don't know. I'm just very good at remembering things.
Do you know what? At 6.5%, that is beautiful. I will buy that time and time again.
What's that one?
It's out of a beer 52 box, I think. I think it came in a short-dated beer 52 box, because I don't remember buying any Polish beers, unless it came in, I don't know. So I think it came from was a beer 52 box, like a, I got a thing, I think it was, I want to say 15, might have been 12 beers for like 20 quid or something. And they said they were short dated, but I mean, that's August. And I bought them in probably April, May. So that's, to me, that's not short dated. If you're like August, that's, you know, there's a good 4 months, 5 months on that. But I guess, I don't know, maybe it didn't sell or they had some left over from they did the Poland box. So who knows, but it's nice. Oh, shit.
As long as it was enjoyable, that's the main thing, isn't it?
Looks like hand-drawn artwork as well. It looks like something somebody's taking time to sort of draw. And
that does look good, though.
It's cool. 6.5% though. It's dangerous stuff. Like you can drink a few of them and go, oh hello, yeah. And now I've got this, which I think was a bit shit last time I tried it. It's at the beer festival at Lidl. Yeah.
I've not picked that up yet. I've not been to Lidl for a while, so.
Oh, Speaking of Lidl, oh, fuck, this is what I got.
Oh, I love that box so much.
Fucking heavy bastard thing, what it is. But what did I have last night? I had the triple Bornham and the Pirat triple hop. Oof, they were.
I only ended up being able to review 3 of those beers last year because the other 3 we drank on my first ever live stream with Spice and Easy.
My issue is that
ridiculously drunk in minutes.
I just end up drinking. So I'm going to review that, and then you just end up drinking. Yeah, just there's not many things people send me beers like you review it. I was like, well, I was going to review it, but what happened was that we had 4 or 5 beers on a Friday night.
I had the same
issue. Going, please drink me. It was like, so we decided, you know what, fuck it, the review can wait. We just drunk it. See, unlike Paul, who's like a professional in a fucking. He'll pump out like a handful of things like reviews and then he'll save them all. I just get pissed and like, oh well, I was going to do a review, but I'm pissed now, so fuck it. We'll just carry on. But yeah, I got 4 of these.
It is a steal, that box, isn't it?
For the price, yeah, it's.
I don't know how that price.
I don't know how they can like make a profit of it. Not anymore. Oh, that's why. What a bastard they're there. Oh, they're warm as well. Disappointing. Fridge. Definitely fridge. They're fucking red hot, man, but they've been out all day. What's that? What percentage is it? Somewhere, maybe. Maybe not 8. What's this one?
Don't do what I did.
I'm trying to find something that's like drinkable, but they're all like silly fucking ABV. Sorry for all the clanking. What's that? 8 again. No, not really. What's that one?
I think the worst thing is with those beers, they're all so drinkable and you don't notice the ABV.
See, it depends, yeah, it's like I got a lot of day beers off the old woman for my birthday, but they're all shit. They're like 9, 10, 11, 12%. It's like it's not something that you just pick up and drink. It's like you can have them, then you're in for a. I mean, you could drink them, but fucking 11%. It's like rocket fuel. It's like Christ. And they're all pint cans. So if you have a pint of 11% beer, you're going to be rocking. I mean, this weekend, it's my birthday weekend, but 11% may be a little bit, just a little bit over the top. What's she saying?
David says, great pack. Bought one the weekend.
Yeah, I went into.
Always a good pack, that one.
I went in on my birthday on Thursday when I hit the big 3-0. Hit the fucking jackpot. They had loads of them. Like, I just put them out. But they're a bit lazy, though, my little, to be fair. And they just. I turned up at 8 o'clock for the beer festival. Oh, this isn't the back. So we're going to fucking get them out of the back then, mate. I suppose so. I was like, look, you're advertising it in your magazine as Lidl Beer Festival. You've been open for. They open at like 6 or something. And there's nothing out. Well, most people don't buy beer at 8 o'clock. Well, I'm not most people, am I? And he's got the boxes out. I started rooting through. He's like, "What are you doing?" I was like, "Look, mate." I was like, "I'm getting the beers that I need, but I've got to put them out." So, well, I'm helping you out. I said, "I'm opening the boxes for you." I'm opening the boxes, mate. I'm helping you out. I'm doing you a favour.
You're giving them much needed sales.
What a shithead.
Oh, what's Doc say?
Yeah,
I think he's looking to leave now, isn't he? Oh.
I like a bit of everything. I don't mind a bit of it, but I wouldn't listen to sort of the extreme stuff all the time. My go-tos, it depends on my mood. I listen to almost anything and a bit of like sort of But let's have a look. Your library. Recently played. It must be in here somewhere. They've changed it all, which is a bit of a head fuck. Ghost, Parkway Drive, Counterbacks, Architects, Danzig, Avenge, Bring Me the Rising, Welsh Estates, Frank Carter, Slipknot, AC/DC, Muse, Tool, Sum 41, Ghost, Gallows, Iron Maiden, Motorhead. That's a bit of a varied selection.
Quite bad. Yeah. For me, it's always there's a lot of black metal in there, a lot of death metal, and then there's massive chunks where it's industrial for days on end.
Yeah.
But I'm a massive Mortis fan, and
Fair enough. I mean,
I'm
you've got to
also-
have a bit something different now and then, haven't you?
say again, Sammy.
You've got to have a bit of something different now and then.
Oh yeah, definitely, yeah. But yeah, I like goth, so I'll chuck a bit of goth in there.
Mm.
Got to break it up a bit.
This is going to be interesting. Sour. A 6% sour. It's passion fruit and raspberry. Stick that up your dojo. What's the art? There's not much artwork. It's just a strange looking can. Like somebody's chucked paint on it.
Looks good though.
I'm not a massive sour fan, but at 6%, I thought maybe it'll be.
Me neither.
I thought with it being 6%, maybe it won't be as sour. Maybe it'll be a bit more. It doesn't look like a sour. I must admit. It does not look like any sour I've ever seen before. Most sours tend to be a very like false, luminous colour.
Yeah.
There's
That's
a lot of
just orange.
carbonation. It's going fucking bonkers, but the head's gone, which is a very sour trait where the head just disappears. Plenty of carbonation on it though. It's going fucking crackers. I don't know if you can see. Yeah, just about. There's loads of carbonation. It's going fucking. Oh no, it smells like a. I don't know what it is with sours. I don't know if you've noticed it. They've got a strange smell to them, like a. I don't even know how to describe it. I describe it as like sweaty feet almost, like a. There's just a weird smell to them. They've all got that same sort of.
Yeah.
Like feet smell to them. Yeah.
Gets in your nose, doesn't it?
Yeah. There's nothing else coming off it. But if you give me that, I would not know it was sour, apart from the fucking smell. Mm. It's all right, actually. It's sour, but not mega sour. It's sour enough to make your tongue tingle a bit. And to go a bit like, ooh, but it's not.
Not face quenching.
Not like, yeah, fucking like fucking a lot of sour. It might be take a big swig, like, but nah, maybe it's the alcohol. I just dribbled on myself. Hold on. Maybe it's the alcohol that sort of takes away the sourness a bit, but it's see to me that's nice. It's refreshing. It's a bit sour, but it's not like holy shit.
More tart than anything.
Yeah, it's nice.
Which you go, ooh, that's different.
Yeah, you go, ooh, but it's nice, especially on the day like this where it's right hot. Good beer. I must admit though, I'm not really getting much flavour from it. It says passion fruit and raspberry, but maybe that's I'm struggling to get past the sort of sour. It doesn't smell of it. Normally you can smell the fruit, but it just almost. I don't know whether, apart from Chris, maybe other people have had sours. I don't know how to describe them. They've got a very strange every sour's got that same sort of smell to it, like
it's a tang, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a strange smell, and they all smell exactly the same. And you go,
yeah,
it doesn't smell great, but it tastes all right. But it doesn't smell. Yeah, it's like maybe it's whatever they put in it to make it sour, I guess. Oh,
the sours I've had have had a cat wee smell. I think that's the best way I can describe it. Just
they don't. None of them smell great, do they? You smell like that? No, you're all right, mate. I'll pass on that one.
No thanks.
It's nice. It's refreshing. It's a change from lager and IPAs and stuff. It's just a bit of a. I was shot in that last night. That's different.
What is that?
A gin liqueur that's lemon drizzle cake flavour, but it's not. It just tastes like sugar. It's a bit syrupy. I was after sours. I've been like apple sours or something to shot because only like fucking 13% or something. But there was that. I thought rather than shotting JD, which is like 40%, I thought I'll find something maybe not as.
Oh, Doc's coming here now. Sours are great. IPA fatigue really pushed me towards other styles and countries. Yeah, definitely. I must
admit, especially IPAs, that every man and his fucking dog nowadays is brewing an IPA.
Yeah.
I
love a good IPA, but every single brewery is an IPA. Give me something different.
I think, like Lord's, the West Coast IPA is what it's at for me. Sort of with the bitterness, it's just refreshing. You need that rather than being fruity and sweet and like, oh, that's nice, but it doesn't taste like beer. The West Coast IPAs, they've got the nice dry bitterness in them. You go
pineiness, bitterness. Yeah. That's what you want.
The bitterness for me. It just reminds you of drinking a beer.
Yeah,
like a real lager nowadays, you can just fucking neck a lager. That's all right, but it's yonder sours. Have a look at them. I know that Abby's massively into sours, isn't she? She liked the one from Mad Squirrel. It was Rhubarb Fool. That sounds nice. A Rhubarb Fool.
Not a fan of sours.
Oh, but Chris, and then yonder Rhubarb Fool Imperial Pastry Sour, 9.5%. That'll do the job, won't it? Okay. First one that come up, that'll properly do the job. Oh, there's a triple fruited sour, 7%.
Oh, Doc, nothing wrong with regional British beers?
No, in fact, I've got one from literally down the road from me. He's covered in dust and warm because I took it out to show somebody. Forgot to put it back in the fridge. True Brit. It's like a traditional bitter, really. It's something
that looks nice.
Yeah, it's proper like session. I've also got a can of
Yorkshire bitter. You can't go wrong, really, can you?
I've got that. It's been sat on the side. That it was in the fridge, and then again I took it out to show somebody the other night when I was pissed off.
Well, I don't know what that is. Never heard of that brewery.
No, I've never heard of them. Some weirdos in Yorkshire somewhere. But yeah, it's one of them where I've got probably 6 beers on the side where somebody says, "Oh, what's that?" You take it out, show them, forget it's there, and it's just sat on the side. And you go, "Oh, it's fucking red hot now, so I can't really drink that."
David's hit the nail on the head there. You can't get proper old world IPAs these days, can you?
She's going to be a proper liability.
But when you can't get an old world IPA, it's brewed by bloody Marston's.
Oh, crap, Marston's.
So it tastes like farts.
I was looking at Brew London. the tickets are a good price, but it's everything else. It's the travel and the accommodation, everything. It's just
No, I'm bloody working.
the accommodation. Like London is just so expensive, and especially sort of post COVID. I feel like everywhere's gone. We need to make some money back. We'll put the prices up a little bit and just. It's a lot of poke. Shepherd Neems IPA. Let's have a look. I don't think you've had that. The Shepherd Neem IPA.
Banding car is amazing, obviously.
It's nice. I think my issue is though, in this weather, you don't want stouts and porters. You want something easy drinking, like a lager or an IPA or a sour or something. It's a stouts and porters. They're a bit heavy for summertime.
Well, I can drink a stout any time of day, but you want a nice Weizen or a Pilsner, don't you?
Oh, that sour's nice. I say it hits the front of your tongue like a bomb. It's like, but it dies off very quickly. So there's a lot of sourness, but it's only for a couple of seconds. I'm saying nothing about Sunset Cocoa apart from washing up liquid. So
I will just say that after I tried it and reviewed it, I did order a case of 12 and drank all 12 in one day.
Yeah, but you like logjam as well, you crazy man. You thought logjam was delicious. That was
Here it is.
Mine went.
I am insane.
It went down one way, and it was not. It cleaned my toilet very well, though.
I'm going to mature this one until September, October.
But so I've had, I think it's 3 of them, and they've all tasted completely different, which is weird.
Yeah, they mature so differently, don't they?
Lenny, stop it. He thinks it's a game. He's running in and out through the dog flap, just trying to be a fucking knobhead. Just because he thinks it's funny.
He's just gone to sleep down there.
Oh. Yeah, I didn't mind it. It was just. I said to John, I said, honestly, it's a beer that I'd struggle to sort of review personally because it changes so much. It's not the same. All right.
Every time you drink it, it's different.
Come here. Come on, then. Oh, hello, baby. Hello. No. What are you doing? I've been asleep.
I have noticed on the bottle that John sent me this week, no best before date.
Interesting. What?
It's just here you go.
What are you doing?
I'm going to lay that down for at least 4 months.
Yeah, bye. He's just going to have a quick mooch, see what's going on. He's like, right, never mind, there's no interesting going on. Yeah, Dad's boring, bye.
Yes, David.
Oh, Doc, that's not bad.
Logjam is awesome.
Doc, that's a great deal. 6 in is £6. I think he's hungry. 2 seconds. I'm going to put some scran out for him.
Huh. It's not just sunny down here in Taunton, it's absolutely boiling. Am I the only person that thinks that Logjam is the best beer in the world? I think that is the best beer ever. I may also be completely insane. Well, there you go. So, I did also receive some lovely beer tiles from John on this order. Chop one. I'll be sitting up there for a while. Yeah, every time you try it, it is different. I notice on the next comment, my brother is here with a dad joke. Paul might enjoy this. Actually, Paul, that is the first saison I've ever had. I just loved it. I may have to try some new saisons at some point. Oh, Simo's back with a very asleep dog.
He's like, fuck off and leave me alone, you prick. Yeah. He's just fucking. He's just mooching around, being nosy. That's what he's doing.
Again?
Oof, Bethesda. Honestly, Doc, I'm just
hoping that Elder Scrolls 6 comes out soon.
I think you're looking at about 2 or 3 years yet.
Oh, at least.
Well, you're back now, you using bastard. What do you want? You've got food out, you've got water, you've got biscuits. Like, yeah, but I'm bored. You've been out. What more do you want? What do you want from me, man?
No.
Yeah.
Paul's joining in with my little brother's joke.
Lamb, what are you doing? What? Don't cry. The other ones are the best. What do you want? You've got everything. You've got food. You've got water. You've got biscuits. You've been out.
Hold on.
You even got a fucking fan on in the room. What do you want? He's just like down now. He's like, I just want to see what you're doing. If you weren't cute, I'll bat you.
Tyrion's buggered off now.
It's just like next to me, he's like, staring at me, like, what are you doing?
Look, he knows he's not getting nothing from me, so he's gone and wandered off.
He's like, why are you talking to yourself? Yeah. Think I'm crazy? He's like, yeah.
Right, my brother's got another chat now.
Oh dear.
My brother, ladies and gents.
From those debris everywhere. See, that's like a proper dad joke, isn't it? That's a 10 out of 10 dad joke.
He's only 27 as well.
Why are you giving me evil eyes? Like, my mum's not here. What have you done with you bastard? She's only gone for a few days. She'll be back on Thursday. No, I don't give a shit. It's like it's too long. Why she not took me with her?
I finished my hoe garden, so I'm going to have one of my beers for review. So we'll do a live review.
Sounds good. I only probably having a few beers, but that didn't end up very well with the football and whatnot. I think I had 2-3 watching the football, and then 1, 2. This is like 4 now, so yeah, we're doing all right. We're steady away, as they say.
Ticking along. Simo's in charge.
Oh. The invention of the shovel was groundbreaking. Oh, Christ. Ryan, my old man would be in his fucking element with them jokes. The kind of thing that he finds hilarious. Lem, what's up here? I don't know what you want. You've got food, you've been out, you've got biscuits, you've got water. What's up? Come here. Oh, it's a tough life, isn't it? So there's a dog like next to me, and he's just giving me the eyes to say, I won't fuss him, but I think he's too hot. Oh, it's a tough life, isn't it? Fucking hell, Chris, let's get this shit out of me then. I think he's just too hot. I think this weather's just fucking doing a number on him. I think he's struggling to stay cool, bless. Tell you what, this is all right. This sour. I'm not saying I'm not a massive sour fan, but it's going down pretty well. Especially at bloody 6%. Stick that up with your Joe.
Yeah. Hi. How are you doing?
What's up, beast? What do you want? So I think he's too hot. Oh, that sounds nice. Arbor.
I'm having an arbor. My little soprano.
I saw that. Neil and Leah sent me to a. So they gave me a link to their bottle shop called Frank and Alfie's, which is in Wales somewhere. Where is it? Confirm your age, for fuck's sake. Give me a sec. What's up with you, big tight?
Oh, James, that is a 440ml can.
Oh, it's in Bridgend. But yeah, I bought a few beers from the guy. He was one of the nicest guys I've ever dealt with. He was. I said, look, I want to buy a few beers off yourself, but how do I go around? So you can spend 50 quid or more. It's free shipping and delivery, and I'll sort it out. So it's the first time I've ever done it, but I'll do it. I said, yeah, all right, cool. So I spent about 60 quid with the guy. They were the best packaged beers I've ever seen. They come in a massive box. And then you can hear that whinging. It's my dog. He's just been a. What's up with you? Oh, it's such a tough life, ain't it? Let in front of a fan. Yeah, and you've been out this morning. You've got food and you've got biscuit. Yeah, oh, what a tough life. Oh, you're so badly done to. So yeah, I spent some money. And they come in a big box. They're all individually wrapped. They're all in. I don't know what you call them. You know them like polystyrene flumpy things that they put in, like they look like little marshmallow things, polystyrene.
No, packing
loads
peanuts.
Yeah, but loads of them, and they're all individually wrapped, and they were then spaced. I said, "Oh, I'm sorry if I went overboard." I said, "Look," I said, "never apologise for good packaging." I said, because unfortunately some companies think that it's all right to just kick your beers around.
Yeah.
What's it like, Chris? Any good? Oh.
I tell you what, this is unbelievable. Got good citrus hit. The aroma is literally blood orange and tangerine.
Sounds nice. What's up with you?
Just on the flavour. Bit of grapefruit in there as well. Not too malty, not very bitter. Easy drinker.
Where's it from?
Picked this one up at Sainsbury's. It's Arbor.
Sainsbury's. Oh, wow, okay.
My Little Sobroni. And the can art,
Yeah.
I appreciate a lot at the moment.
Yeah.
It's the
What's
right month.
ABV?
This comes in at 5%, so not too heavy.
Oh, you absolute tart. What's up with you?
There's no single hop APA. You can't go wrong, really, can you?
Can't get mad at that.
And
That's
yeah,
nice. What did you do?
but
Hang on. Oh, 2 seconds. I've got sour beer up my nose. Which I don't recommend. Yeah, my brother works for a company called Splash Damage, and they do video games and stuff. And they sent him a Pride Month pack, which is a bit strange. Maybe it's a common thing, but it was a flag, some socks, which is interesting, some underwear, some sweets, and a beer. It was by Queer Brewing, so he said,
that's
"What is the matter with you, you absolute drama queen? You are causing a scene today, yeah." But he didn't drink beer with it, he drank cider, so he gave me the beer to review. It was brewed by Cloudwater. It was Queer Brewing, but I assume that they used Cloudwater. It was dangerously nice.
I've heard that Queer Brewing is.
Why are you playing? You never ever cause a scene, and then the one time oh, what a tough life. Yes. What is up with you? I don't even know the camera is down there. He's led there. He's like, oh, it's so unfair. Life is so hard. He's like, fuck that talk as well. Like,
How dare I have all this space?
Yeah. I've got all the. Oh, here we go. What do you want now? Sam's in the room. Like, if he's crying, I'll come over. Like, what's up? Oh, come on, old man. Come on, old man. Come here. Bless you. Well, I'm coming. He's like, oh, if he's getting attention, he's like, we can't. Hey. No, that's dirty. Don't do that. I love you.
I don't know about that, James.
No, the dog does not want Duvel at all. What's up, Sam? All right, mate. All right, mate. What's going on?
This is my first beer from Arbor, David. And I'll be getting more from them.
What's up, Sam? Probably if I pick Sam up, then we'll go mad and we'll start kicking off. So, dogs and alcohol definitely do not mix, and me and Deville do not mix. So I'm not mad. What's up, Sam? Oh, you're taking the mickey. You can't stand there.
I don't think Tyrion really cares.
Bless him.
All right, give me kisses.
What's up, mate? It's a bit too hot for you. It's just a bit warm for him. They don't really know what to do, bless him. It's just.
He's had a horrible time of it today because I couldn't take him out later.
Yeah.
It was an early walk, and I can't take him out until the sun goes down.
Yeah, same. It's either early doors or let's say late at night. It's just too hot at once. But my mother's went away for a couple of days, so he's a proper mummy's boy. So he's
Tyrion.
He's upset, bless him.
Off the table. Oof. He just wants to lie down and chill out.
Nick, what's up, man? You got a treat? That paint your ears up in 2 seconds. Come on, man. Come on, mate. Come on, baby. Sam, I thought you might get up for that. Gentle.
I think it's not so much the beer and metal show anymore. It's the dog show.
Beer and dog show, yeah. I'll shut this door and if I come back into the bloody fly screen, but we'll see.
I've now lost
No,
use of my left arm.
problem is, Paul, is that she treats him like an absolute child.
Going down. There we go.
She treats him like a child. Like she treats them like human children. So as soon as she goes away, he's like, "Mom's on her way," and they don't understand, do they? Bless you know, he doesn't understand where his mum's gone. So he's like, "Where's she gone?" Pardon me.
Yes, Lee.
It'd be no good at pub, not round here. It's
Black tarmac.
I'd never take. It's like I wouldn't take a dog. I wouldn't take a kid to a pub. It's just not right. It's just. It can be a quick flyer maybe, but I wouldn't go out and take my dog to the pub. Or it's not fair.
We do take Tyrion to the pub, but we've got a very small community of dog-friendly pub goers in our local pub. We just all chill out together.
They get bored. I go for a couple, sorry, but they get a bit bored. They're like,
He just falls asleep.
That's ridiculous. You cat flap. Oh dear.
Oh.
I've not been to the pub in a long time, to be fair. It's just not really my bag. I've been for a couple of pints here and there, but not for a proper night out. I'm just not that bothered.
I only go when I'm planning on meeting someone.
Yeah.
Just going out because you can go out. That's not my thing anyway.
Oh.
Pint of what, Jimmy?
The only thing that they're trying to make that she is like bacon. Anything else is really good. Like they won't bother with anything beer or anything. But if you're cooking bacon, they just. But to a dog, it must just smell immense. It must smell like unreal to a dog. Bless them, but
he doesn't cook meat. He likes raw meat, and that's it.
Yeah. Sometimes I go to the local shop. It's like it's like a sort of mini supermarket, and then towards the end of the night they'll usually have bits of cheap offcuts and stuff, and I'll buy them for them, and they go mad like bits of sort of whatever. They love it. I used to get kidneys and stuff, but they're not. I must admit, I'm not mad keen on picking up and chopping them up and that. They're a bit grim, kidneys. I don't know, they're horrible. They stink and all.
My mum, as a vegan, would cook liver and kidney for the dogs. But
it's good for obviously iron and minerals and stuff, but not for me personally. I know some people love it, but it's no from me.
Oh, Tyrion has a dried rabbit ear once a week.
That's not too bad.
That's natural wormer.
I get them a pig's ear every now and again, but they stink. They're horrific. When they sat there eating it, it's like, oh, that stinks, man. It's like, but you see in the little face that they're loving it, but it's like, I hope it's good because it stinks, man. It's horrible.
It's like you tucking into a bacon sarnie.
Yeah, but the bacon sarnie smells nice. It doesn't smell like I don't know. They coat it in some like waxy stuff, and it's not good. Just a second.
See, I just get dried ones straight from the butchers. Yeah. There's no smell at all. Lee says that him and Lisa only really go to pubs to watch live music. I'm with them on that. That's the main reason to go to a pub, surely. And Jimmy, yeah, I love walking into a pub and there's dogs there. But I grew up in the countryside.
I grew up in
Right
the
at the
countryside.
sticks.
It's very nice, but it's unless you've got hay fever, which becomes a bit of an issue. So as soon as they cut the fields, and it's like you can't see because your eyes are all puffed up and like you're sneezing, and then they do the lovely thing of spraying him with. I assume it's cow muck, but it ain't great. It doesn't smell the best when you sat there. You go, oh, it smells of cow muck, great. Or as my old man says, it's a smell of the proper country. So I'm like, thanks, I guess. Yeah, like cow shit country, but she used to go to Carby, took Clitheroe away, and it was in a cow market. Is that what you call it? I don't know where they sell cows.
The cattle market.
And it used to stink.
Yeah.
Proper stinks, and it's like, I was like, the man that thinks it stinks, he's no, it's not smells like it's horrific. I was like, it smells like, I don't know.
There's a lot of shows at cattle markets, and when we were kids, we used to go and play in the cattle pens. Come back stinking. Where the have you been?
Yeah.
Covered in cow shit.
That's
sheep.
Unfortunately, maybe we were at 52. Oh, Christ. I've had it since I was a kid, so I used to get it really, really bad. It's not so bad now, but when I was a kid, it was like people that have never had it, they almost describe it as like your nose starts to itch a bit, you start sneezing, but your eyes, they don't itch. It's like a burning feeling in your eyes, like somebody's like sprayed what I assume like pepper spray. It's the kind of itch where you feel like all you can do is scratch it, but all it does is makes it worse, obviously, because it's rubbing dirt and pollen and shit back into your eyes. It ain't great. It's
my dad didn't start getting it until he was 50.
Strange, isn't it? But it ain't great. They used to do an injection for it. I used to get an injection and it was fine. And they stopped doing it. I don't know why. They never said why. They just said, oh, we don't do it anymore. So it was back on the old antihistamines, which are they're all right, but they don't work that well.
Piriton and
like it's like 1 or 2 every like 4 or 5 hours, but once they start wearing off, it's like, oh shit! It's like you can tell. Sort of after about an hour or 2, they start to wear off. Obviously, you can't take one for another few hours, so it's not the best. Missed in London the gigs, the little pubs with that music. There's been a few gigs, as I say, gigs like sort of performers and bands around here, but they're all sort of pop music or like soul and stuff. It's not really my.
They did that test festival up in Liverpool, didn't they?
There's one this weekend, isn't it? Is it Download Pilot this weekend coming up?
Yeah, they're doing a small one, aren't they?
Yeah, I think it's about 10,000 people, isn't it?
So hopefully that goes well. It means Bloodstock is full steam ahead.
I hope Bloodstock goes ahead because it's a good old let's have a look.
I love Bloodstock. Been there for the last 10 years. Yeah, the 18th to the 19th, it's Download.
and then providing that everything goes ahead, there's a few things in the 25th to the 27th, like a little festival, and providing it goes well, they're doing like little bits of festivals and little gigs and stuff. Because the promoter, he was saying, obviously download, Blood Talks on Track said there's download, and then there's some awards ceremony thing, and then at the end of the month there's something else going on. He said it's biggish, but I can't tell you what it is because I'll lose my job. I was like, look, fair play, like this. He said there's something going on. It's down south, but I can't tell you what it is because if it gets out, which I'd never tell anybody, but it's fucking, it's the internet. You don't know who's monitoring you. Said I could be in trouble, but there's supposedly something going on down in Southampton way towards the end of the month. So, but he said I'm hoping it all goes ahead. And if
that's probably Glaston Brewery, isn't it?
Maybe, yeah.
The Warrior Fest thing.
But it's a. I can't tell you what it is. I can just say it's biggish. It's like I can tell you sort of what it might be, but it's just like I can either confirm or not deny. I thought, okay, we'll play that game. Fair play to Jimmy. I was on. There was me, Alfie, and then there was Leah and Neil and Spice Sneezy for a bit. But we were knackered because we did the Wales game, which I said we did. That sounds weird. We watched the Wales game about 3 o'clock, and then I decided to go to the gym afterwards. So I went to the gym for about an hour. So I got back about 7. Had some scran, and then I was knackered. By about 12 o'clock, I was done. Sort of did a bit of an after party thing, sort of for about an hour, and then by 1 o'clock, I was like, right, I really need to go to bed because I am dead on my feet. Like, you can't, like, nothing goes in. You can't absorb any information. You can't concentrate. I was like, I'm sat here. I was like, and there's no point because I can't concentrate. I just need to sleep. So I think I cleared off, and then I think I finished with beer and went to bed. So
I felt like that most of the time, to be fair.
Getting a bit sour towards the end, I must admit. You at retail though, that's grim. Like retail's just.
Oh, don't even get me started.
Retail's like fucking free for all.
It's a war zone.
Yeah.
You can almost hear the artillery going off.
I don't think I'll buy it again, but it's not bad at 6%. It's getting more sour towards the end, which is strange. Maybe it's warming up a bit. Maybe because it was cold, the sourness wasn't there that much.
I'll tell you what, if anyone hasn't had it, this one is amazing.
I don't know, it sounds fucking. I mean, so I saw it in that box shop. How much did you pay for it?
$3.50.
Look. See, this bottle can charge £4.40, but it's a big can by the looks thing.
Amazing.
It looks like a big can anyway. It's
$4.40.
Yeah, it looks like a biggish.
That's going straight on my board.
Yeah, £4.40 for 5%. It's all right. It's I think they're a good little bottle shop, but I guess bottle shops have got to charge a little bit more, haven't they? Because they've got to make a profit. So
we don't have any bottle shops in Taunton.
I actually started ordering from sort of around the UK, sort of doing bits and bobs. The people have recommended, a mate of mine recommended, they say Frank and Alfie's in in Wales. I've been in Scotland. I've done Liverpool, Glen Affric, which they were okay. I wasn't mega impressed. There's a proper bottle shop in Preston somewhere, but they're never fucking open. Every time I go, it's like, oh, sorry, we're not open today. It's like, well, when are you open? It's like you said you were open. Like, well, on the weekends, well, that's not good. It's like, because normally I'll do my shopping in town or around town. I'll go to there's an Aldi near town. I'll mooch across. It's like, but if you're not open, then you ain't getting. So do you do delivery? Well, we do, but it's like, you know, 5-10 quid. Like, I don't bother me. I'll find somewhere else.
Have you had Castles in the Sky?
No, I don't think so.
For hop?
I don't think about it. The only one that I've had on there is it Magic Rock? It looks like. I think that's the only one.
Great.
I've not even had the Lords one. No,
That's psychokinesis.
I had a lovely student debt of about £1,000 coming in the week. I said about 2 months ago, which I had to pay off. So it was like every subscription that I own, I needed to cancel it like now because I've got £1,000 to pay off in the next month. I was like, shit.
These are all little critters.
They're really cool. They're local to you, Chris, are they?
No, they're Sheffield. They are. Well, apart from Van and Jet Blackheart from Brewdog.
Jet Blackheart's a great bit, but yeah, I need to
my Jet Blackheart review is on tomorrow, and I filmed it months ago, long before all.
I said, does that mean I've got a different haircut in the video? Yeah, I have hair in tomorrow's video. Yes.
I've been thinking, do I just cancel that or do I leave it?
But yeah, I've yet to try the APA and the Kolsch, is it? The loans. Because I had £1,000 student loans pay off, so I've been kind of snowed under. Which it comes through and went, my first reaction was, is that a joke? And they're like, oh shit, no, it's not a joke because like I need to pay this off like ASAP. So
you have to catch up on these comments. Jesus Christ.
I've lost you.
I'm to John now. Yeah. Gigs, missed them.
What is a gig? What is this gig you speak of?
I remember those one day.
Hang on.
Oh, okay.
Let's see if my sister's awake.
Yeah, we've all been there, Jimmy. Stumbling home, first thing in the morning.
Been there, done that, got the t-shirt.
Yeah.
Right, Shark.
I can't stand pubs like that.
Am I going to sneeze? Maybe? No? It feels like I'm going to sneeze, but I'm not. It seems. Oh.
Ooh, that sounds nice.
Sorry, I'm going cracking. That sounds very good. Gold Drake. That sounds like chaos, mate. Poor football calling drinking.
Man.
It's not the case. I feel like I'm going to sneeze. You know, your nose is like drinking a sour beer, but there's no sneeze comes at the end. I think every pub's got a few of them, haven't they?
Oh yeah.
Right, Blind Man B. Good
But it,
service. One from
it
Paul.
does remind me of that old joke, doesn't it? I'm going to drink Beck's today because Germany are playing and it's German. I'm going to drink San Miguel today because Spain are playing and it's Spanish. I'm going to drink today because Scotland are playing and it's shit.
I'll tell you what, on the Tenants came out on the perfect draft. I was saying to Tom, and it was the fastest selling beer keg they've ever released. They brought it out and it sold out like that, gone. Within, I think, about 2 hours it was gone. So I don't know how many kegs they had, but whatever they had, it was gone. That was it, and it's been out of stock since.
David saying hello to Kev. Hello, Kev.
So I'm going to be a scrotter and I'm going to put a lager into a glass. I just had a sour in. That's all it.
I'm going to go and grab another beer now.
No worries, Chris. Blind Man B, are we drinking today or are you taking it easy? Sorry, guys, I feel like I'm going to sneeze. I feel like there's a massive sneeze coming in, then when it comes on, it disappears, which is very strange. Goldrake, your local sounds a bit like mine, where people just scrap for the sake of it. It's like, well, it looked at me funny. I'm gonna have a scrap with him. Let's go.
So I'm having from Glenafric in collab with Beer Hawk. It's the Conquering Mountains.
Sounds nice. Is that 8%, is it?
8% double IPA.
We're following the bear. Follow the bear. The old Hofmeister. It's a nice breed, to be fair. I need to try the Weiss beer. The Hofmeister Weiss is supposed to be lovely, but I've not had it yet. I've had the lark, obviously. I've got a crate of that still. About 12 bottles still sat in the cupboard. And I've got a few other bits and bobs. I bought some skinny lager to read. That's why. I thought it'd make an interesting review, so I bought some skinny lager. And I've put it off for about a week or two now, so we'll see what it's.
Well, okay, Kev.
Bloody hell, Shark. I hope you're alright, mate. Take it easy. Lifting all them bloody brews, mate. Lifting all them big kegs of beer in that, Shark. You need to.
That's gonna mess you up.
Yeah, Shark, you'll be feeling great, mate. Give it a little bit, let them kick in. You'll be feeling fucking awesome.
Oh.
Drink Nuki Brown or Budweiser. Bloody hell, boy, man. Nuki Brown used to be lovely. Then they changed it because they sold out and gave it to fucking Heineken. Now it's piss. But I don't mind Budweiser. It's not the best, but I think there's some other definitely better lagers out there. Budweiser's all right. Budweiser on tap is nice, but out of a can it's a bit crap. It's like 4.5 in it out of a can. It's
like washing up liquid, isn't it?
It's just, I had it on the PD and it was like fucking, it was flat, which is weird. I don't know how, but it was flat as a fucking pancake. I was like, what? Like, there's no bubbles, no fucking head. I was like, what the fuck's going on here? So as you can imagine, it was a fucking Budweiser, fucking bag of fucking shitty fucking beers. And then Shark was saying apparently pubs that serve Budweiser and bars and stuff said it has to have constant pressure like flowing through it or something, like it's gas. It's the way that, he said otherwise it just goes flat like that. So it's the way that it's stored supposedly. Sounds like a Max off Max and Paddy. Max and Paddy and Max. Right, don't know where we're going, got no way of knowing.
Oh, I've got to say, this Glenafric Conquering Mountains, very nice.
I've had, I think it was a chocolate beer from Glenafric, which is very nice. And I've had a rye IPA, which is very nice. But I think they're a little bit pricey for what you get, but they do some nice beers.
Oh, yeah.
But as with most craft beers, I think that there's definitely a few breweries that think because we're craft, it means we can charge you like £8 a can. It's like, really?
Yeah, I'm thinking of particular Scottish and Welsh breweries.
I don't know where they're from. They're not so bad. They're fucking a bit cheeky. They charge quite a lot of money for their. I'm not sure where they're from, to be honest with you. It's one of them where I think everyone that drinks craft's heard of Daya, but I couldn't tell you where they're from. I couldn't. You said, where's Daya? I'd have to throw a dart at a map, like, somewhere around there. Ow, you fucker. I've got a hair in my eye. 2 seconds. Blind Man B, I've been called worse last year. Somebody said I sound like Johnny Vegas.
Come on,
Chris Eubank.
I sound nothing like Chris Eubank.
Yeah, somebody said that I sound like Johnny Vegas, which is interesting.
Johnny Vegas.
When you like you, Chris, you don't realise you've got an accent. So you tell to other people, and it's like, I've got an accent. It's like, what?
I don't know. Do I have an accent? I'm not really sure.
Occasionally it pops in every now and then. You've got a fairly neutral accent, but occasionally it does creep in now and then. Especially when you've had a few beers, it becomes more prominent. I guess like anything, it's sort of
all right.
When I've had a few beers, it becomes just comes a fucking like a jumble of words. Yeah.
Proper Bristol.
Yeah. So you've got fucking Max and Paddy and fucking Chris Eubank on the street.
Oh, hello, I'm Chris Eubank.
I think for me, the one that I really struggle to understand is a very thick Glaswegian accent is when you go, do you come with subtitles? Yeah, it's like, yeah.
Like
Hi,
Kevin Bridges.
Yeah, do you come with fuck? Sometimes you go, yeah, it's like, yeah, mate, do you have subtitles? It's like fucking right. But I think being, especially British, I know the Americans struggle to understand accents and stuff, but I think being British, because we've got so many varying accents, you should have picked up on it fairly quickly. It doesn't take much adaptation, but when you talk to people that are obviously not from around here, they're like, I have no idea what the fuck you're saying.
Yeah.
That's it, Jimmy. After a few years, the accent starts to creep in, doesn't it? Lisa, you in a broad accent, never. Yeah. Blind Man B. Anderson, you go, Geordie. I've got a mate of mine. She lives in. Let me find where the fuck it is now. It's up Newcastle way somewhere. Where does she live? Let's have this again. She lives in Rowlands Gill. I don't know if that's Georgia or not. It's around that area, isn't it?
Worst episode ever.
Yeah. But when I first started talking to her, this young, attractive Geordie woman, she had, she'd say stuff like, I don't know what the fuck that means, love. She's like, how are you? Oh, that's good. Kind of like, you got that in English. Roland's Gills down. I was like, have you got that English, love? I was like, fucking, because I don't know what the fuck that means. Just, I guess it's like slanging it for the air. It's like, I have no idea what the fuck that means, love. I was like, is that English? Is it even English? She's like, oh, I mean, kind of like, yeah, but again, they say English, you know, or she's looking. See, I don't think that you've got that bad of a Yorkshire accent. I know some people with a way thicker Yorkshire accent than you.
Leeds accent is very mellow, isn't it?
Sort of, yeah, Leeds is pretty sort of tame. You can find somebody that's like fucking council estate, they're white.
Proper Sheffield.
Yeah, proper like, or like Shane, who occasionally pops into chat. He's from Hull. He's got quite a thick accent.
Oh,
it's like fucking right. Yeah, man. So, in fairness, though, he's normally had a skin for when I talk to him as well. Yeah. So, fuck that one, brother. Yeah.
my Shane went to uni at Leeds, and he was fine there.
Leeds is a lovely city. I've been to Leeds a couple of times.
Did the Otley run?
But say, I think most people, Scouse occasionally is a difficult one for people to understand. They seem to struggle with that.
Hey, calm down.
Calm down. So, the Scouse seem to go very high pitched.
Yeah.
There's Welsh in there. It's like English because you're Welsh, and then it goes very very high pitched. Take your dog for a walk down the pond. My fucking dog will be in the bastard pond, let alone fucking walking around it. Jimmy, the swearing kicks in for me after about no beers. Yeah. Dirty Leeds. We all at Leeds scum. We all at Leeds scum. We all at Leeds scum. We all at Leeds scum.
I've been to Leeds for a Damnation Festival.
I need to get a keg of that. That'd be great on one of the beer machines. The old Hofmeister would do very well, I think. In fact, I might even order a bloody keg of Hogarden on the old PD. I've got
That'd be good.
I've got Club Tropica on it at the minute, which is nice. But it's a bit sweet, a bit sickly after a couple of pints. You're like, right, that's me done.
Yeah, it's quite generic IPA now, isn't it?
I've also got this. Fuck. Any bastard thing. The old Frankie.
Franciscana.
What the fuck? I'll tell you what, there's some weight to these, you know. And I've no idea what that is. Italian, I think. These said Bina del Borgo.
You'll have to do a review.
All I know is that I've kicked it about 5 times the last 3 days. It fucking hurts when you kick it. Oh. That wrong with gravy.
It kept getting used to us.
Can't beat some proper gravy.
You can understand our voices now.
We can sort that out, can't we? Have a few more beers and they won't understand fuck all. They'll be like, what?
It's like, hey, lad, how you doing?
I think that's slightly skunked. It tastes a bit off, but it'll do. What the date is? It might even be out of date. It's been sat in the fridge for a while. There's not even a fucking best before date on it, which is slightly concerning. There's no. See bottle of shoulder. Oh wow, okay, that's very Oh, 09/21, so it's still in date by a few months, 3 months. That is very well hidden. It's a brown bottle and there's black writing on a brown bottle. It's like hold it up to the light to be able to see what it says. Sunday rolls and KFC after the pub. I mean, we don't eat gravy with everything. We have gravy with like maybe fish and chips, or Yorkshire pudding, like a maybe.
I like gravy.
Well, so yeah, fish and chips, roast dinner, Kentucky. I don't know. Maybe a pie and chips. Oh, from Chippy.
Oh, chippy tea with gravy.
Chippy tea with gravy, curry, mushy peas. Oh. Mushy peas are the future, I'm telling you now.
Oh, no. Oh, can't stand mushy peas.
Mushy peas.
Oh. Curry, gravy, yeah. Mushy peas, bugger off. Oh, I'm heading into my final 10% of battery.
Lazy bitch, she's still asleep. It's 10 to 7 and she's still in bed. Tough gig. Garlic bread and cheesecake.
Bread and cheesecake.
That's
Garlic bread, yes. Cheesecake, bugger off.
That's a very peculiar combination.
Oh, there you go. That's very northern.
Pudding, chips, mushy peas. Oof. Get some gravy on there and you're cushy there. Drown it with gravy. Not just a bit like drown it with gravy.
Nice thick gravy.
Yeah, none of that watery stuff. Nice thick gravy, like fucking like tar.
My gravy is sliced with a knife.
I'll see how the thicker the better.
Mushy bloody peas, mental.
God, that gravy that you can cut it with a knife.
Gravy has to be sliced off knife. Slice by slice.
Garlic and bread. It's future. I've tested it.
Garlic?
Yeah. What are you opening for? You should serve your food. Garlic bread. Garlic and bread. It's future. I've tested it.
A cake of cheese?
Cheese.
Of cheese?
Yeah. Cheese and cake. Cheesecake.
The dirty bastards.
Oh. I'm starving now. I'm just going to turn my chicken back on. 2 seconds. It's warmish. That'll do. I'll finish this beer and then I'll have my tea. I think it's about 7 o'clock.
Like Paul says, a cheesecake. A cake of cheese. Ugh.
Pardon me, it doesn't sound very appealing, does it? But
you can bugger off that. Chuck it in bin. Bloody cake of cheese.
Oh.
I'll have none of that.
Yeah. I'm not a massive fan. I'm not mind a bit of cheese here, but I'm not a massive fan. There's a big thing in like New York, isn't it? It's like ridiculous, like fucking cheesecake everywhere.
But they bake them as well.
So it's not my cup of tea, but some people love it. So let them crack on.
Donut any day.
I can hear dogs shouting. cheesecake with Caitlyn Jenner. What's that fucking? Oh wow, 3-1. Okay. Yeah. Paul, I think the 8 o'clock game would be good though. The Netherlands Ukraine. That's got goals written all over it. That's nice. That I thought you credit Chris, the Hofmeister.
Good bear.
Does the job. It's not going to win many awards, but it does the job. It's
Oh yeah,
something he's drinking beer.
Standard, isn't it? Like Schneider Weiss, it's a very standard. Get it down your bear.
It's nice, but I think I prefer. I prefer like Vorstein or something like that. That's quite nice. Apparently, you can get it in mini kegs, which is also a very good chat. If I can find one of them, I'll probably get like a mini keg of Vorstein. That'd see me right. Hang on.
Oh, I'd love a mini keg of Warsteiner.
They're winding the fucking dog up next door. They're out in garden, and next door's dog's out, and they're trying to wind it up. Little bastards. Stand the man. My local shop does meat and potato pies. Oh, that sounds amazing. With mushy peas inside. That sounds immense. Yeah. That'd be right up my street, that.
I have no respect for the Jenner family, full stop.
They're a strange family, are they? 3-1.
I did say to Shane earlier, how would a gravy donut be? I'd eat it.
Beautiful. It's like on the Christmas markets, they do a Christmas dinner wrap, and basically it's a massive Yorkshire pudding with gravy and all the filling inside, which just sounds like heaven. Yeah. Yeah, Manchester Christmas market. It's a big Yorkshire pudding, obviously, and then they put all the stuff in it and then wrap it over like a bloody like a fajita or something. It's like, oh, sign me up. I'm not a massive fan of peas pudding. It's a bit, I don't know.
Horrible.
It's kind of like a savoury porridge. Like, I don't know. Because you know, we got like something sweet in porridge, but it's like a. Yeah, it's like, I don't know. It's like a pea porridge mash. It's just there. Oh, you're now sideways, Chris. What are we doing? There we go.
Sorry, somebody tried to phone me then.
Oh, you went like sideways and then you were like up back. Oh, calzone's nice, yeah. Peas pudding, it's a no from me. I'll tell you what are nice though. A Parmo.
It looks like horrible.
It looks like what, Chris?
It looks like a pile of poo.
It looks like baby shit, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Parmo's, I don't know if you've heard of Parmo. It's like breaded chicken with bechamel sauce and cheese. It's fucking awesome. I don't think of the calorie count, like, but it tastes really nice. Gravy in a shitty big donut. Northerner's dream in it. Oh, Palmos are amazing. They're like, I don't know.
Gravy and shitty peas donut, a northerner's dream.
Gravy.
I love gravy.
Gravy's nice, but on a donut's a bit of a weird. Gravy and peas donuts. I don't know if that'd work.
Savoury donut.
Yeah, it's like them fucking Nutella pizzas and stuff. They're weird, like the sweet pizzas you get. It's like, I don't know. Right, Chris, I am starving, mate. I need to get some food. I'm fucking.
Right, I'm gonna
It's
bring
been
this to an end now. 4 hours.
Yes,
So,
it's been a good laugh. Thank you for having me on. It's been a good laugh. I've enjoyed it.
thank you to everyone who came along. Yeah, we had 2 guests in the first 2 hours.
Poor Gravy don't be disgraced. It's not that bad, Paul. Cut the north off.
I think I'd enjoy that.
I bet it'd be nice, yeah. Oh. No, he's back, I think. Yeah.
So, thank you to everyone for joining me. And don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe down there. Happy drinking.
Yeah, it's been a good laugh. Thank you, Chris. It's been a good laugh. I'm starving now. I'm going to go and eat me chicken. I don't know, with them bloody chicken wraps or kebabs or something. We'll see what the score is when we get the chicken out. But yeah, it's been a good laugh. Thank you for having me on. It's been a good laugh. Say a few beers, well, more than a few. I'm going to go make some grub, and then I'll probably go to bed about 9 o'clock. I'm knackered. Yeah.
Right, that's our plan to you.
Yeah, take care, guys. It's been a good laugh. If you're not subscribed, sort it out. Subscribe to Chris. Otherwise, I'll find hunt you down, and I'll batter you. But yeah, I'm gonna go
subscribe to Simo
because I'm fucking starving. I'm not eating since about 10 o'clock this morning. So yeah. But yeah, thanks for having me on, Chris. You say it's been a good laugh. Everybody in chat, without you, obviously there's no stream. So, thanks for popping in and saying hello. And if you didn't say hello, just lurking and sort it out. Say like, comment, subscribe, and I'll catch you all next time. Peace, Chris. You're a legend. Take care, mate.
Oh, thanks to Simo, and I'm off now. So, do like, comment, and subscribe. Happy drinking.